The day I opened my eyes inside the body of a fat butcher girl, my enemies were already outside the door, waiting to drag me into the mud and sell my family's last piece of land. I knew exactly how the scene was supposed to end. The original owner of this body, Mara Voss, would cry, beg, and cling to the chopping table while the village tax collector seized the butcher shop. Her stepmother would pretend to faint. Her younger brother would be beaten for resisting. By sunset, the family would be homeless, and Mara would be forced to marry the old grain merchant who had secretly arranged the entire disaster. 3 months later, she would die in his cellar. But I was not Mara. At least I had not been until a moment ago. In my previous life, I had built supply chains for disaster zones, negotiated with warlords, exposed corrupt officials, and died after my business partner poisoned my tea to steal the resource company I had created from nothing. Now I was lying on a straw mattress, trapped in the body of a young woman. Everyone mocked as Pig Mara, while fists hammered against the butcher shop door below. "Mara!" my younger brother shouted from the staircase. They brought guards. I sat up, the room spun. My new body was heavy, feverish, and bruised along the ribs. Memories flooded my mind in jagged pieces. Mara was 20 years old. Her father had died during the winter plague. Her stepmother, Celine, had borrowed money from the grain merchant, Oren Bale, using the butcher shop as collateral. The debt had somehow tripled in 6 months. Livestock had stopped arriving. Customers had vanished. Someone had spread rumors that our meat was diseased. None of it had been an accident. I swung my feet onto the floor. A pale blue light appeared in front of me. Renus ovary, system awakened. Pose dispossession debt. Initial territory detected. 1 butcher shop. Initial ranger, spiled meat, animal bonus, blood, fat, hide, ash, salt. Core ability unlocked. Core ability unlocked. Remanent extraction. Core ability unlocked. Territory development. I stared at the floating words. Then I smiled. The people outside thought this building contained nothing but rotten scraps and unpaid debt. They had no idea that scraps were exactly where empires began. I pulled on a stained apron and walked downstairs. My brother Theo stood near the entrance, holding a rusted cleaver with both hands. He was 15, thin from hunger and shaking so badly that the blade rattled against the door. Celine sat beside the cold fireplace, dressed in morning black. She was beautiful in the soft, fragile way that made men eager to protect her. Tears covered her cheeks, but her eyes were dry whenever she thought no one was looking. "Mara," she whispered, "we must surrender peacefully. Master Bale promised he would forgive the debt if you agreed to marry him." Theo spun toward her. "He is older than father. What choice do we have?" I walked past them and lifted the wooden bar from the door. Theo grabbed my sleeve. "Sister, don't stand behind me." I opened the door. Rain swept through the narrow street. Half the village had gathered outside, eager to watch our humiliation. Tax collector Brand stood beneath a black umbrella. Beside him were 4 armed guards and Oren Bale, the richest merchant in Blackstone Village. Oren wore a fur-lined coat despite the spring weather. His smile was oily and patient. "There she is," he said, "my future bride." Laughter rippled through the crowd. I leaned against the doorframe. His smile widened. "About what?" "You are not here to collect a bride. You are here to explain forged debt records." The laughter stopped. Brand's face hardened. "Mind your tongue, girl. Show me the contract." He removed a folded parchment from his leather case and held it up. "You owe Master Bale 180 silver crowns. Payment was due yesterday. Under village law, all pledged property is now subject to seizure." The number struck everyone silent. A skilled worker earned perhaps 20 silver crowns in an entire year. Mara's family had originally borrowed 12. I held out my hand. "Let me see it." Bran hesitated, then passed me the parchment. The moment my fingers touched it, blue text appeared. Fraudulent debt contract. 12 silver crowns. Legal interest owed. 1 silver crown, and 14 copper. Annotations dated 3. Inconsistency detected. False witness seal detected. Hidden created after signature. My heartbeat remained steady. Absolute appraisal was better than I had imagined. I examined the document as though I were struggling to understand it. Oren chuckled. "Can the butcher girl even read?" "No," I said, "but Magistrate Havel can." His expression shifted. The local magistrate rarely visited Blackstone. He lived 2 days away in the county seat and was famous for punishing anyone who threatened royal tax revenue. Forgery alone might not concern him. Forging a debt contract to seize a registered business that owed taxes to the crown certainly would. Brand snatched the parchment back. "The magistrate has already approved the seizure. Then his official seal should be here." I pointed to the bottom corner. There was no seal. Murmurs spread through the villagers. Bran's neck reddened. The approval was verbal. Royal seizures cannot be approved verbally. That knowledge came from my previous life's experience with contracts, mixed with Mara's memories of village law. Oren stepped forward. Enough games. You cannot pay. Everyone knows it. Give me the shop and I may still treat your family kindly. I looked past him at the crowd. Most were poor farmers, laborers, widows, and apprentices. Some had borrowed from Oren. Some had lost land to him. All were afraid. I raised my voice. My father borrowed 12 silver crowns. This paper claims 180. The ink used for the final amount is newer than the ink used for the signature. The witness seal belongs to Elder Ren, who died before the date written on this contract. A woman gasped. Everyone in Blackstone remembered Elder Ren's funeral. Bran's grip tightened around the parchment. I continued. If this contract is genuine, Master Bale can present it before Magistrate Havel. If it is false, both the lender and the collector who enforced it will hang for conspiracy against royal commerce. The guards glanced at Bran. They were hired muscle, not loyal soldiers. Hanging was not part of their wages. Oren's face darkened. You think accusations will save you? No. Money will. I reached into my apron and placed 3 copper coins on the threshold. That is today's payment. He stared at them, then laughed. 3 copper? The original contract allows daily installment payments when the debtor's business remains active. Refusing a lawful installment invalidates immediate seizure until a magistrate reviews the dispute. That clause was real. Oren had added the hidden seizure clause later because the original agreement protected my father. Bran looked at the parchment. His silence told the crowd everything. I pushed the coins toward him with my shoe. Take the payment, Oren whispered. Do it. Bran did not move. Take it, I repeated, or admit before witnesses that you are enforcing an altered contract. The rain struck the street like applause. Finally, Bran bent down and picked up the coins. You have 7 days, he said. After that, we return. No, I replied. You return tomorrow for the next lawful installment. His eyes burned with hatred. I smiled. I insist on following the contract. The crowd laughed, but this time they were laughing at him. Oren stepped close enough that only I could hear his voice. You have no livestock, no customers, and no money. 7 days will change nothing. You are right. I looked directly into his eyes. 7 days will not change anything. My smile widened. I will. He left without another word. The crowd slowly dispersed, whispering about the forged contract. Bran and the guards followed him through the rain. I shut the door. Theo stared at me as if I had become someone else. Celine did not bother hiding her suspicion. How did you know those laws? She asked. Father taught me. That is a lie. I turned toward her. The system's blue light flickered. Trekket appraisal of variable. Sellen Voss relationship. Stemolty. None. Hidden assets. 18 silver crowns. Secret Greetman. Assist Oren Bale in Aquaring Butcher Shop. Reward Promsist. 60 silver crowns and passage to the capital. So that was how Oren had known every detail of our finances. I could expose her immediately, but not yet. A traitor who believed she remained undiscovered could be useful. How much food is left? A little barley. 2 onions, some dried beans, and the shop inventory? He grimaced. Mostly spoiled, show me. The butcher shop had once been the most successful business in Blackstone. Now its stone-cutting tables were cracked, the iron hooks were rusted, and flies hovered around barrels of discarded animal parts. Theo led me into the storage room. The smell struck like a physical blow. Mara's body nearly vomited, but I forced myself to breathe through my mouth. There were bones piled in one corner, jars of coagulated blood, rancid fat, damaged horns, hooves, sinew, and 3 carcasses too spoiled to sell as food. To an ordinary butcher, it was worthless. To my system, the room glowed like a treasury. Ranner appraisal complete. Suitable for bond meal, charcoal filtration, glue production, tool crafting, animal fat. Suitable for soap, candles, lubricant, weatherproofing. Hides, partially salvageable for leather glue compost. Blood suitable for fertilizer, pigment, animal feed after pressing. Horns and hooves, suitable for glue comps, buttons, tool handles. Spoiled meat, cyst cultible feet, conversion fertilizer. A variable development pass, 27. I laughed. Theo looked worried. We are not poor. He glanced around the filthy room. We are surrounded by rotten meat. Exactly. I selected the first development path. Basic render workshop. Existing workspace, water, fire, cutting tools. Puric ingredients, processing recipes. Quality control. Confirm construction, I confirmed. The system did not magically rebuild the room. Instead, detailed instructions appeared in my mind, showing me how to rearrange equipment, separate clean and contaminated areas, repair the stove, create drainage channels, and build crude processing racks. Knowledge was better than magic. Magic could vanish. Knowledge could be taught. Theo, find every bucket we own. Bring water from the western well, not the village pump. Why? The western well has less iron. It is better for soap. He blinked. Soap, we are making money. Celine appeared in the doorway. With garbage? I looked at her embroidered morning dress. Yes, you should understand. You have been doing that with tears for years. Theo choked on a laugh. Celine went pale and walked away. We spent the morning sorting inventory. I taught Theo to separate fat by quality. The cleanest pieces would become candles. The lower-grade fat would become soap. Contaminated scraps would be rendered for industrial grease. We boiled bones, scraped hides, dried sinew, and buried unusable waste in layered compost pits behind the shop. At first, Theo followed my instructions because he was afraid. By midday, fear had become curiosity. By afternoon, curiosity had become excitement. When the first batch of pale soap hardened in a wooden tray, he touched it like a treasure. This came from the bad fat? Yes. Will people buy it? Not this version. His face fell. I cut a small piece, washed my hands, and examined the soap. Purity, 43%. Odor. Cleansing strength moderate. Market value, 2 copper per bar. A variable. I added ash lye in a different ratio, filtered the fat through charcoal made from bone fragments, and mixed in dried mint Theo found near the western well. The second batch emerged smoother and cleaner. Refined mint tallow soap. Purity 78%. Odor sippable. High. 8 copper per bar. 8 copper. A laborer earned roughly 6 copper a day. We had enough material for almost 50 bars. I looked around the storage room again. This was not waste. This was inventory waiting for intelligence. By sunset, we had produced soap, 6 candles, a small jar of leather grease, and a black powder fertilizer made from blood, ash, and crushed bone. The system rewarded each successful process. Rennet extraction experience gained. Territory development experience gained. New skill unlocked. Waste reduction increased. Production speed increased. Then another message appeared, hidden Reiner. Vine detected within territory rinkage. Type, mineral-rich clay. Location, Benestern drainage ditch. Use, bricks, pottery filtration, medicinal packs. I nearly laughed again. This broken butcher shop stood on useful clay. The Empire had just found its first mine. That evening, I carried 12 bars of soap to the village tavern. Theo followed with the candles. Celine insisted on coming, likely to report everything to Oren. The tavern was crowded. Farmers drank thin ale beside the hearth while traders argued over grain prices. Conversation faded when I entered. Pig Mara rarely appeared in public except to deliver meat. People expected me to lower my head and endure their mockery. Instead, I walked to the tavern keeper, a broad woman named Hessa, and placed 1 soap bar on the counter. She frowned. What is this? Mint soap. I know what soap is. Then you know how much the traveling merchants charge. 14 copper. Mine costs 10. A farmer laughed. Made from rat fat, cow and pig tallow purified through bone charcoal. More laughter followed. I picked up a dirty mug from the counter. Hessa, may I? She shrugged. I washed the mug in a basin using a shaving of soap. Grease vanished from the clay surface. The mint scent replaced the sour smell of ale. Hessa examined it. Then she examined the soap. I will give you 6 copper, 10, 7, 9, and you receive the first option on every batch, 8, 8, if you buy all 12. Her eyes narrowed. You bargain like your father. No. My father was kind. She laughed and counted out 96 copper. I heard Celine inhale sharply behind me. Nearly 1 silver crown for material she had considered worthless. Theo placed the candles on the counter. Hessa lifted one. How long do they burn? Longer than reed candles, I said. Less smoke than ordinary tallow candles. How much? 5 copper each. I will take 2. Before the transaction finished, a farmer named Joran approached us. He held one of the soap bars and sniffed it. My wife has been asking for soap since winter. She will like that one. His gaze dropped to the small pouch hanging from my belt. What is in there? Fertilizer. That drew more attention than the soap. Blackstone's soil had weakened after years of over-farming. Grain yields were falling and Oren controlled most imported manure. Joran frowned. From what? Bone, blood, and ash. That sounds cursed. It sounds like wheat. I placed a pinch of the powder on the counter. Test it on one section of your poorest field. If the crop does not grow stronger, you owe me nothing. Oren's cousin Pelbale sat near the hearth. He rose immediately. Do not trust her. Her family sells diseased meat. I turned toward him. Who told you that? He hesitated. Everyone knew Oren had spread the rumor, but no one had dared say it publicly. Pel pointed at me. Everyone knows. Then everyone should have evidence. He stepped closer. Careful, girl. I activated absolute appraisal. Pell Bal. Kronk condition. Hidden. Locked dice. Recent crime. She aided 3 farmers during gambling. Weakness. Fears public shame. I looked at the gaming table behind him. Were you careful when you replaced the dice? His face froze. One of the farmers turned. What dice? Pell reached toward his coat. Jorn grabbed his wrist. A pair of ivory dice fell onto the floor. Hessa picked them up, dropped them in a cup, and rolled. Double 6. She rolled again. The tavern exploded. 2 farmers dragged Pell outside while he screamed threats. His purse fell open during the struggle, scattering coins across the floor. I said nothing. I did not need to. By the time the tavern door slammed shut, every person in the room was staring at me differently, not with respect yet. Respect required power, but the mockery was gone. Jorn took the fertilizer pouch. I will test it. Use only a small handful for each planting row. Too much will burn the roots. He nodded carefully. Another farmer approached. Then another. They asked about candles, grease, fertilizer, hides, and whether I could sharpen tools. I answered every question. By the time we returned home, I had orders worth 6 silver crowns. Theo could barely contain himself. We can pay the debt. No, I said. His smile faded. Why not? Because paying Orin only saves the shop. I looked back at the village where candlelight glowed behind cracked windows and hungry families counted their last coins. I do not intend to save one shop. What do you intend to do? The system appeared again. Territory mission jammed. Control the rare and flow of Blackstone Village. Objectives: establish 3 production chans. Secure 1 agricultural alliance. Expose 1 hostile network. Acquire first expansion territory. Reward. Soveric Industrial Blueprint Library. Reward. Territory, claim authority. I looked toward the hill beyond the village. At its summit stood Orin Bale's stone manor, surrounded by granaries filled with food, while children below went hungry. He controlled grain. He controlled credit. He controlled livestock traders, tax records, and transport wagons. That was why he believed he controlled everyone. But Orin had made the mistake common to greedy men. He saw wealth as something to hoard. I saw wealth as a system of resources, labor, knowledge, and loyalty. And systems could be dismantled. When we reached the butcher shop, a black carriage waited outside. A silver crest marked its door. Celine stopped walking, Theo whispered. The carriage opened. A tall man stepped down wearing a dark military coat. A scar crossed his jaw and a sword hung at his side. Behind him, 2 soldiers carried a wooden chest stained with blood. He looked at the faded sign above our shop. Then his eyes settled on me. My father butcher here was dead. And you? I am the butcher. He glanced at my body, my stained apron, and the soap wrapped beneath my arm. Doubt entered his face. Then one soldier opened the chest. Inside lay the severed head of a massive black wolf. Its fur shimmered with metallic strands. Its fangs were as long as my fingers. The system flashed violently. Rare Reen detect. Iron Fong Dire Wolf. Reener value. Extractable Mysterial. Arm cord height. Mana rich bond. Iron Fongs. Beast core. Warning. Improper processing will destroy 90% of value. The man in the military coat watched me carefully. My name is Commander Cassian Rook. My unit killed this beast near the northern pass. Every butcher between here and the county seat refused to touch it. Why? 3 men who handled the blood developed black veins and died. Theo stepped backward. Celine quietly moved toward the door. Cassian placed a heavy pouch on the cutting table. 100 silver crowns if you process it before sunrise. 100 silver crowns would clear the debt, repair the shop, purchase livestock, and hire workers. It was also a trap. Not Cassian's trap, someone else's. Absolute appraisal revealed traces of green powder along the wolf's fur. Foreman toxin tect. Sang salt, application time, after death. Pert, sabotage. The beast's blood was dangerous, but it had not killed those men. Poison had. Someone wanted the carcass to remain unprocessed. Someone wanted whatever was hidden inside it. I looked at the commander. I will do it. Theo grabbed my arm. Mara, Cassians understand the risk? Yes, and the price? I pushed the pouch back toward him. His expression changed. 100 silver is not enough, I said. The soldiers stiffened. Cassian almost smiled. What do you want? Half the processed hide, 3 fangs. All organs you do not claim. And the right to inspect the beast core before you take it. That core belongs to the crown. I did not ask to keep it. Why inspect it? Because this animal did not attack your unit by chance. Silence filled the shop. Cassian's hand moved toward his sword. What do you know? Nothing yet. I pulled on my father's leather gloves. But by sunrise, I will know who poisoned this carcass, why they wanted its materials destroyed, and whether the northern pass is facing one monster. I looked down at the enormous wolf head, or an invasion. Outside, thunder rolled across Blackstone. Inside my mind, the system displayed a final message. Emergency and peer event initiated. The first enemy has entered your territory. Survive the night, claim the beast. Begin the rise of the Reinder Sovereign. I picked up my cleaver. In my previous life, my enemies had murdered me to steal everything I built. In this life, they had given me a ruined shop, a poisoned monster, a corrupt village, and 7 days before they came to destroy my family. It was more than enough. This time I would not merely defeat my enemies. I would process their schemes, extract their value, and use the remains to build an empire so rich that kings would beg at my gates. Cassian ordered his soldiers to lock the doors. The taller soldier, a square-faced man with a broken nose, pulled the shutters closed and dragged a heavy bench across the entrance. The other checked every window before lighting 3 oil lamps. Their movements were practiced. This was not the first time Commander Rook had expected an attack. I set the wolf's head on the largest stone table. "Where is the rest of the carcass?" "In the carriage," Cassian said. "I need all of it." The square-faced soldier frowned. "The body weighs more than 3 men. Then bring 4. He looked at Cassian. The commander nodded. Both soldiers went outside. Theo moved closer to the head, then immediately regretted it. Even dead, the beast radiated pressure. Its black lips had pulled back from iron-colored fangs, and the muscles around its jaw remained hard as carved wood. "Should it still feel warm?" Theo asked. "No," Cassian's gaze sharpened. I placed my palm above the fur without touching it. The system expanded the appraisal. Biological death confirmed. Residual mana activity high. Core condition: external toxins, nightshade salt, grave mold spores, eternal contamination. Macamry cause of death. Secondary condition: forcey core overnode. Estimated time until core rupture: 5 hours, 37 minutes. Potential rupture effect: mana corrosion within 200 pace. I withdrew my hand. "Your men did not kill it." Cassian's face became unreadable. I watched it fall. "You caused the wounds that ended its movement. Something else had already destroyed its core." "What does that mean?" "It means the wolf was dying before it attacked you." Theo swallowed. Cassian approached the table. "Can you stop the core from rupturing?" "I do not know." The words came honestly. The system gave knowledge, but knowledge was not certainty. I had never processed a magical predator. Mara's father had worked on ordinary cattle, deer, and wild boars. None of those carried unstable mana inside their chests. A new message appeared. Event Ranger Emergent detected. A variable core's stabilization. Interments: salt, charcoal, fresh animal blood. Reef and tallow: 5 containers of cold water. Hose skill level insufficient. Success probability: 31%. 31% was unacceptable. I examined the room. "What metal is in your sword?" Cassian's hand rested on the hilt. "Northern steel. Copper. A little." Them. His eyebrows rose now. The commander stared at me long enough to remind everyone that he could probably cut a person in half before they finished blinking. Then he drew his sword, placed it on the table, and began removing the decorative copper wire wrapped around the handle. Theo rushed to gather salt and charcoal. I pointed at Celine. "Bring water from the western well." She stood near the fireplace, pale and silent. "Why me? Because everyone else is useful here." Her mouth tightened. Cassian glanced between us, noticing more than I wanted him to. Celine wrapped a cloak around herself and went into the rain. The soldiers returned carrying the wolf's carcass on a reinforced canvas sheet. It barely fit through the door. The body was enormous, larger than a draft horse. Black fur covered dense muscles, but patches along its ribs had been burned away by spells. Arrows protruded from its shoulder and neck. A deep sword wound crossed its abdomen. When they lowered it to the floor, the wooden boards groaned. Blood seeped from the wounds. The system highlighted every usable part, but the warnings were more important. Mana-rich blood reacted violently with iron. The hide could release stored kinetic force when cut. The spinal fluid was corrosive. The core sat beneath the sternum, surrounded by a web of metallic bone. One careless strike could destroy the entire building. "Who handled it before you brought it here?" I asked. "A field surgeon," Cassian said. 2 hunters from Pine Hollow. A butcher in Dunmere. All dead? The hunters and the butcher. The surgeon is sick." "How quickly did the veins appear?" "Within an hour. Nightshade salt could kill through skin, but black veins suggested grave mold spores carried by moisture. Someone had layered 2 toxins on the carcass to ensure anyone touching it died." "Burn the canvas," I said. The broken-nosed soldier looked offended. It belongs to the poison now. Cassian gave him a small nod. The soldier carried the canvas to the rear courtyard and threw it into the rendering furnace. I cut a strip from one of our lowest quality hides and used it to grip an arrow lodged in the wolf's shoulder. Do not touch the fur directly, I said. Not even with gloves. The poison is in the outer coat. Cassian leaned closer. How do you know? Different smell. It was partly true. Nightshade salt carried a faint, bitter scent. Grave mold smelled like wet stone and old mushrooms. But no ordinary person could have identified such tiny quantities in a room filled with blood and animal fat. Cassian knew that. He simply chose not to challenge me yet. Theo returned with the supplies. We only have 3 buckets. Use pots for the rest. I arranged the containers around the carcass according to the system blueprint. Salt and crushed charcoal formed a rough circle on the floor. Copper wire connected small tallow candles positioned at equal distances. The array looked crude. It also looked like sorcery. Cassian's soldiers watched with increasing unease. Where did you learn this? He asked. My father collected old books. Your father could barely sign his name, so he had investigated us before arriving. That was not surprising. A commander did not hand 100 silver crowns to an unknown butcher without knowing her history. I met his gaze. Then perhaps he was better at keeping secrets than you are. The corner of Cassian's mouth moved, but the expression never became a smile. Celine returned with water, her boots covered in mud. I checked the temperature. Too warm. I dropped pieces of salted ice from our storage chest into each container. We had little ice left from winter, but the core rupture would destroy far more than our supplies. The system updated. Core stable quality, low. Click accuracy, 84%. Success probability. Better but not enough. Fresh animal blood, I said. Theo looked toward the empty livestock pen. We do not have any animals. Cassian's soldiers exchanged glances. I looked at the wolf. Its blood was not suitable. The blueprint required stable life energy. Then I remembered the tavern. Hessa keeps chickens behind the kitchen. Theo understood immediately. I can buy one. No one leaves. Cassian's voice cut through the room. We may have been followed. The candles flickered. Not from wind. The system reacted. Hostile presensitect. Distance 53 pace. Number of trekkets. I picked up my cleaver. You were followed. Cassian drew his sword without its copper fittings. The broken-nosed soldier moved toward the rear door. His companion took position near the staircase. Celine looked around in panic. Who would attack a butcher shop? No one, I said. They are attacking the wolf. A sound came from the roof. Soft, a boot scraping wet tile. Cassian extinguished 2 lamps. Darkness swallowed half the shop. Theo crouched behind the stone counter. Celine moved beside him, but I caught her wrist before she could hide. Her skin was cold. Did you tell Oren about the carriage? Her eyes widened. No. Did you send anyone a message after we returned from the tavern? Of course not. Absolute appraisal appeared. Resent action. Placed Blut on exterior. Window latch Shinelper. Inform watcher that valuables entered shop. She had not known about the wolf when she placed the signal. She had merely alerted Oren that a wealthy visitor had arrived. Her betrayal had brought killers to our roof. I leaned close. If Theo dies tonight, I will make certain you remain alive long enough to understand every consequence. Her face collapsed. I released her. Cassian had heard me, but he asked nothing. The roof creaked again. Then a small clay sphere rolled down the chimney. Down! Cassian kicked the sphere toward the rear wall. It shattered. Gray smoke exploded across the room. The soldier near the stairs coughed once and fell to one knee. The system identified the substance. Sleep dust. Poppy resin moonroot. Powdered mothwing. Countermeasure. Strong vinegar vapor. I grabbed a jar from the shelf and threw it into the fireplace. The vinegar struck hot stones and filled the room with a sharp stench. My eyes burned. Theo gagged, but the soldier rose again. An arrow pierced the front shutter. Another struck the wall near Cassian's head. The commander pointed upward. 2 on the roof, 1 across the street. The broken-nosed soldier overturned the cutting table to form a shield. I crawled toward the wolf. Cassian caught my shoulder. What are you doing? The core is still rupturing. This is not the time. This is exactly the time. They want us to abandon the carcass. A crashing sound came from the rear courtyard. The attackers had breached the fence. The broken-nosed soldier ran toward the back door. Cassian followed. I continued setting the array. The candles needed blood. Without it, the copper network could not draw excess mana away from the core. My eyes moved to my own hand. The blueprint specified animal blood. Humans were animals. The substitution possible. Host blood compatibility. High. Warning: direct mana exposure may, core formation, or death. I cut my palm. Theo stared at me. Sister, hold the bowl. Blood dripped into a clay cup. The moment it touched the copper wire, every candle burned blue. The wolf's body convulsed. Its claws tore grooves into the floor. Celine screamed. The carcass was dead, but the residual mana forced its muscles to contract. Its head snapped sideways, jaws closing hard enough to shatter the edge of the stone table. Theo dropped the bowl. I caught it before it spilled. Stay behind me. The array stabilization's probability, 69%. Still not enough. A man burst through the rear doorway. He wore dark cloth over his face and carried a curved knife coated in green paste. The broken-nosed soldier tackled him into a stack of barrels. A second attacker slipped past them. Cassian intercepted him. Their blades collided in the narrow corridor, sending sparks against the walls. The attacker fought like a trained assassin, not a village thug. He ignored every opening that did not lead toward the wolf. That confirmed it. The target was inside the carcass. I turned back to the array. The core lay beneath the sternum. I needed access to it without cutting through the poisoned hide in the wrong direction. The system displayed a processing route. Begin beneath the left foreleg. Follow the silver fascia. Avoid the dark tendons. Separate the fourth and fifth ribs. Do not use iron. I looked at my cleaver iron. Cassian's sword was steel. The butcher hooks were iron. What can cut bone without metal? Theo asked, following my gaze. Another bone. I examined the wolf's head. One fang had cracked during the battle. I wrapped my hand in layered hide, gripped the damaged fang with both hands, and forced it sideways. It did not move. Theo joined me. Together we pulled. The fang tore free with a wet crack. It was heavier than iron and sharp along the broken base. I pressed it against the hide beneath the foreleg. The moment it touched the fur, the fang began to vibrate. Iron Fang tool. Applied to Iron Fang hide. Cutting efficiency. The blade-like tooth passed through the armored skin. Black blood spilled into the drainage channel. I followed the glowing route shown by the system. Behind me, steel struck stone. Someone screamed. I did not turn. The cut exposed layers of muscle threaded with silver veins. Mana pulsed through them like lightning beneath ice. The wolf's leg jerked. Its claws missed my face by less than a handspan. Theo pulled me backward. The system flashed incorrect angle. Risk of hide discharge. I adjusted. The next cut released a burst of force that struck the ceiling instead of my body. Tiles exploded upward. Rain poured through the hole. A dark figure on the roof lost his footing and fell through. He landed directly on the wolf's back. The poisoned fur touched his face. He screamed and rolled onto the floor. Black veins spread across his neck almost immediately. Cassian disarmed his opponent and drove a knee into the man's chest. The broken-nosed soldier slammed the rear attacker against the wall until he stopped moving. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun. One attacker lay dead. One was unconscious. The man who had fallen through the roof clawed at his throat. "Help me," he rasped. Cassian approached him. "Who sent you?" The man's eyes rolled toward the wolf. "Core, what about it?" "Key." His body convulsed. Foam filled his mouth. Then he stopped breathing. Cassian searched the corpse and removed a small bronze token, engraved with a coiled serpent. His expression changed for the first time. "You recognize it," I said. He closed his hand around the token. "Continue your work." That meant yes. The rib cage was different from any animal anatomy I knew. Metallic growths had fused around the sternum, creating a natural cage. The wolf fang could cut hide, but not those bones. I needed a wedge. The system highlighted the arrows Cassian's unit had fired into the beast. One arrowhead was made from moon silver, a metal that disrupted mana. "Who owns the white arrow?" Cassian looked at the carcass. "Lieutenant Arden, dead?" His jaw tightened. "Yes, I need the arrowhead. It belongs to his family. I will return it." Cassian pulled the arrow from the wolf's shoulder and snapped off the shaft. I placed the moon silver point between two ribs and struck it with the flat side of the fang. The bone cracked. The entire carcass shuddered. Blue flames shot from the candles. One water pot began boiling. Another froze solid. The system updated. Core rupture. 1 hour, 12 minutes. The time had fallen sharply. "We are losing it," I said. Cassian wiped blood from his sword. "Tell me what you need." "More copper. Better charcoal, colder water. Someone who can channel mana." "I can." I looked at him. "You are a mage?" "No." He removed the glove from his left hand. A black mark covered his palm, shaped like a bird with spread wings. The system appraised it. Military Manor Class, Fonken. Enhanced Sickle Ability. Stores a limited mana. Enable Squad Link. 40. What % potential use? Core, Stabilization. Risk to Sact, Severy. You could lose the hand, I said. I could lose the village if the core ruptures. The answer came without hesitation. I respected that. Place your palm on the copper line when I tell you. Do not release until I say so, even if it burns. Cassian crouched beside the array. Theo replaced the boiling water. The broken-nosed soldiers searched the attackers and found copper coins, buckles, and wire hidden in their equipment. We stripped all of it and added it to the circle. Celine stood frozen near the wall. I pointed to the dead assassin. Remove his boots. She stared at me in horror. They have copper nails, I cannot. Then leave this building and explain to everyone outside why you chose your pride over their lives. Her lips trembled. Slowly she knelt and pulled off the dead man's boots. Fear was teaching her what loyalty had not. We rebuilt the copper network. The success probability rose to 81%. Still dangerous, I opened the wolf's chest. The smot rot, not blood. Something metallic and sweet, like lightning striking wet soil. At the center of the fused ribs floated a dark red crystal the size of a clenched fist. Cracks covered its surface. Inside, a black shape moved. Theo whispered, "There is something alive in it." Cassian saw it too. The core was not merely unstable. It contained something. Absolute appraisal struggled. Corrupted beast core. Natural affinity. Metal. Celled. Object detected. Classification failed. Recommended axial. Assassin adjective. Extract sealed object. So the wolf had been used as a courier. Someone had placed an object inside its core, forced it into a frenzy, and driven it toward Cassian's patrol. If the unit died, the attackers could recover the carcass. If the soldiers survived, the poisons would kill anyone who processed it. Either way, the secret remained hidden, unless the carcass reached a butcher with a system designed to extract value from impossible resources. I reached toward the core. Cassian caught my wrist. "You said not to touch the blood. The core is different. You do not know that." "No. I know it is worse." He did not release me. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then another message appeared. Hidden class, trial a variable. Path first extraction. Extract form object from corrupt core without destroying HUD material. Success reward purification of an. Significant territory experience. Felsher consequence, death. The system had an unpleasant sense of drama. I looked at Cassian's hand around my wrist. If I do nothing, the core ruptures. You may die, yes. Theo stood behind me. His face was white, but he did not cry. Mara's memories stirred inside me. She had protected him badly, clumsily, desperately. She had given him her food during winter. She had taken beatings from their father's creditors. She had endured ridicule because anger only made their neighbors crueler. I had inherited more than her body. Some part of her still lived in every instinct that turned me toward Theo when danger entered the room. I would not let this shop become his grave. "Cassian," I said, when I removed the object, "channel everything you have into the copper line." "What will happen?" He studied my face. Then he released my wrist. I wrapped both hands in clean hide, reached between the broken ribs, and touched the core. Pain swallowed the world. I was no longer inside the butcher shop. I stood in a black forest beneath a red moon. Thousands of ironfang wolves ran between the trees, their bodies thin and wounded. Fire consumed the northern mountains. Men in white masks drove chains through the earth. At the center of the forest stood a stone gate. Something enormous struck it from the other side. Once, twice, each impact shook the world. A voice entered my mind. "Return the key." I saw the sealed object inside the core. It was not a key in the ordinary sense. It was a fragment of black metal shaped like half a circle, covered in symbols that moved when I tried to focus on them. The system screamed warnings. Mental contamination detect. Foreign will attempting host. Activate sovereign authority. I confirmed. The black forest vanished beneath lines of blue light. My mind became a map. The wolf core was a territory. The foreign object was an invader, and I was the sovereign. The arena claim initiated. The voice roared, "Not yours." I clenched my hands around the core. "Everything inside my territory is mine." The words left my mouth in the real world. Cassian heard them. So did Theo. The candles flared. The copper wire melted into the floorboards. Cassian pressed his branded palm against the array. Black fire spread up his arm. He did not move. The core pulled at my blood, trying to drain every drop from my body. I responded by pulling back, not with strength, with ownership. The system showed threads connecting the core to the wolf's bones, hide, blood, and organs. I separated them one by one, isolating the foreign object. The process felt like removing a parasite from a living heart. The voice inside the gate became louder. "Return the key." I saw pieces of another memory. A fortress buried beneath snow, a woman wearing a crown of antlers. Cassian kneeling before a burning banner. Oren Bale speaking to a white-masked figure beside a grain warehouse. That image nearly broke my concentration. Oren was involved, not merely as a greedy merchant. He was connected to whoever had hidden the key. The foreign object moved. A spike of black metal pierced the core and drove through the hide around my hand. Pain exploded up my arm. Cassian tried to rise. "Stay down," I screamed. Blood ran along my wrist and touched the corrupted crystal. The system changed. Hose bloodline analysis complete. Compatible trait detected. Absorption option of variable. Absorb corrupted metal affinity. The word corrupted was not encouraging. But the core would not survive extraction unless I gave the excess mana somewhere to go. Cassian's brand was already burning. The water containers had shattered. The candles were almost gone. There was only one vessel left. Me, I confirmed. The core cracked. Silver light rushed through my arms. Every bone in my body felt as though it had been replaced with molten iron. My vision disappeared. My teeth clenched so hard I thought they would shatter. Then something changed. Mara's body had always been heavy, slow, and exhausted. Years of poor food, stress, and untreated illness had weakened her. The villagers saw only fat and assumed laziness. They had never understood that her body had been fighting to survive every day. Now the metal mana entered that body and found a fortress. It spread through layers of flesh, reinforced bone, tightened muscle, and gathered around my heart without breaking it. The system flashed. Rare trait, aronflation. Increased pusical resilience. Increased toxin resistance. Increases capties for reincarnation enhancement. Body reconstruction initiated. External appearance will change gradually according to health, strength, and host development. The pain stopped. The black metal fragment fell into my palm. The core remained floating between the ribs, but its color had changed from dark red to clear silver. Cassian removed his hand from the copper line and collapsed onto one knee. The black brand on his palm had split open. I closed my fingers around the fragment. The mental voice vanished. For several seconds, the only sound was rain falling through the broken roof. Then the system displayed the result. Hidden class trial complete. First extraction successful. Gate key frant. Corrupted core purified. Mana core preservation. New skill unlocked. Sovereign extraction. Territor sovereign level increased. Level 2 reached. Reward a variable after territory safe arrest cord. I sat back. Theo rushed to my side. "Your hand," the wound was already closing. Not instantly, but far faster than it should have. I flexed my fingers. They felt stronger. Cassian saw it again. He asked nothing. That restraint made him more dangerous than any interrogator. The broken-nosed soldier checked the surviving assassin. "He is breathing." "Bind him," Cassian said. "With what?" I pointed toward the rendered sinew hanging near the stove. The soldier gave me a strange look but obeyed. Properly treated sinew was stronger than ordinary rope. Even half-finished, it held the attacker securely. Cassian stood with difficulty. "What did you remove?" I opened my hand. The black fragment seemed dull now, almost ordinary. His expression did not change, but the brand on his palm reacted. Black smoke rose from the wound. He knew what it was. "You called it a key," I said. "I heard the assassin. That is not how you recognized it." Theo looked between us. Cassian wrapped his palm with cloth. "That object is classified under royal military law. So is the information in my head." His eyes sharpened. I continued. "When I touched the core, I saw a gate in the northern forest. Something is trapped behind it. I saw white masks. I saw Oren Bale speaking with one of them." Celine made a small sound. Cassian turned toward her. She pressed herself against the wall. "Oren is only a merchant," she said quickly. "He could not be involved with soldiers or magic." "You sound very certain," Cassian replied. She lowered her gaze. I placed the key fragment inside a ceramic jar and covered it with salt and charcoal. The system approved. Temper containment established. Expansion duration, 3 days. Cassian watched me seal the jar. "That belongs to the crown. So does the poison on the carcass. You are welcome to take both." He looked at the dead assassin, then at the hole in the roof, then at his wounded hand. "You are bargaining again." "Yes. What do you want this time?" "Protection until the debt dispute is reviewed. Access to the northern trade road. Permission to purchase military livestock remains. The identities of the men wearing the serpent tokens." The broken-nosed soldiers stopped moving. Cassian's voice became colder. "You ask for too much. I saved your hand, your evidence, and most of this village. You also possess classified material. Then arrest me." Theo stepped in front of me. He held the rusted cleaver. His arms shook, but he did not move away. Cassian stared at him. Then he sheathed his sword. I cannot grant all of that. Grant what you can. You will receive a temporary military protection seal for this property. No civilian creditor may seize it while the seal remains active. That alone destroyed Orin's 7-day threat. Continue. You may bid on animal from patrol units stationed at the northern pass, provided no royal alchemist claims them first. Continue. The trade road is controlled by county officials. You are avoiding the serpent token. Cassian's face hardened. The token belongs to the Ashen Coil. Theo whispered the name as though it were a curse. Even Mara's memories recognized it. The Ashen Coil had once been a smuggling network. They trafficked illegal medicines, relic fragments, and magical beasts. The Crown had supposedly destroyed them years ago. Cassian looked at the jar. They are not smugglers anymore. What are they? We do not know. That was the first answer he gave that sounded entirely honest. They have infiltrated border villages, merchant houses, and transport guilds. They are searching for fragments like the one you removed. How many exist? Unknown. What does the gate contain? Unknown. Why was the wolf carrying one? Unknown. I almost admired his ability to make ignorance sound like a military strategy. Cassian stepped closer. But I know this. 3 months ago, an Ashen Coil cell destroyed a watchtower north of Pine Hollow. Every soldier vanished. No bodies. No blood, only iron dust. The metal trait inside my bones reacted. A faint vibration passed through my arms. Was Lieutenant Arden stationed there? I asked. Cassian's eyes changed. Yes, the dead officer whose moon-silver arrowhead I had used. Cassian had not encountered the wolf by accident. He was investigating the disappearance. He reached into his coat and placed a silver badge on the table. A black bird had been engraved over crossed swords. This seal protects the shop for 30 days. Abuse it and I return personally. 30 days is enough. For what? To make certain I no longer need protection. The broken-nosed soldier laughed before catching himself. Cassian ignored him. The wolf belongs to the army. Half the hide, 3 fangs, unclaimed organs, and inspection rights. You agreed. You negotiated before revealing that you could purify the core. You negotiated before revealing that assassins followed you. His gaze held mine. Then he nodded once. 3 fangs. The liver, lungs, stomach, and non-essential glands. The heart, purified core, and skeletal plates return with me. I also keep the poisoned outer fur. That material is lethal. It is material. He looked as though he wanted to argue, then remembered who had stabilized the core. Agreed. We worked until the rain weakened. With the core purified, processing became safer, though not easy. I taught Theo how to remove poisoned fur without disturbing the toxin layer. We sealed it inside waxed barrels and marked each with black ash. The armored hide beneath it was extraordinary. Blades slid across the surface unless they followed the natural grain. The system showed me how to separate it into flexible panels. Each panel could become armor, shields, reinforced wagon covers, or protective aprons. The metallic bones rang when struck. The blood, once filtered through bone charcoal and salt, separated into 2 substances, dark liquid fertilizer and silver sediment rich in mana. The organs held specialized resources. The liver neutralized metal toxins. The lungs stored compressed air. The glands near the spine produced an oil that strengthened leather. Nothing was wasted. By sunrise, the shop no longer looked like a failing butcher's business. It looked like a laboratory built inside a slaughterhouse. Cassian's soldiers loaded the army's share into cleaned crates. The surviving assassin regained consciousness as they prepared to leave. He was young, younger than I expected, perhaps 25. Blood covered one side of his face and his left shoulder hung at an unnatural angle. Cassian crouched in front of him. Name, the man smiled. His teeth were stained gray. The system identified poison hidden beneath one molar. I moved before he could bite down. My fingers closed around his jaw. The new strength in my hand shocked me. The assassin struggled, but I forced his mouth open and used a small hook to remove the false tooth. Cassian caught it in a cloth. The man's smile vanished. You people rely too much on dying, I said. He tried to spit at me. Who sent you? Cassian asked. The assassin said nothing. I activated absolute appraisal. Ashen Coil operative. Name Edric Vale. Origin. Cover identity. Deceased Minor. Hessa Val. Older sister. Hessa. The tavern keeper. I looked at his face again. Beneath the blood and dirt, I saw the resemblance around the eyes. Your sister thinks you died in the eastern mine collapse, I said. Edric's expression shattered. Cassian turned toward me. How do you know that? I ignored him. Hessa still keeps your wooden cup beneath the tavern counter. That detail came from Mara's memories. Hessa had once shown it to customers when she drank too much. Edric pulled against the sinew bindings. Do not speak her name. His breathing changed. I knelt. Who in Blackstone works for the Ashen Coil? He stared at me with hatred. I continued, Oren Bale is one. Who else? His eyes flickered. That was enough to confirm Oren. Cassian saw it too. Edric closed his eyes. They will kill her. Not if they believe you are dead. They know I failed. Then help us make them believe you succeeded. His eyes opened. Cassian remained silent. This was my negotiation now. What were you ordered to do? I asked. Recover the fragment. After that, burn the carcass and everyone who touched it. Theo's face tightened. I placed the ceramic jar on the table. Take this back. Cassian's hand moved toward his sword. I raised one finger. The real fragment stays with us. He carries a copy. With what material? Cassian asked. I looked at the clay beneath our eastern drainage ditch. Give me an hour. The system had already offered possibilities. Mineral-rich clay, bone ash, iron sediment from the wolf's blood, black pigment, a mold pressed from the original fragment. It would not fool a careful magical inspection, but it did not need to. It only needed to survive long enough for Edric to reach his handler. Cassian understood. You want to follow him. I want him to lead us into Oren's network. Edric shook his head. They will test it. Then tell them the core damaged it. They will test me. That is why you need an injury, they believe. The broken-nosed soldier looked impressed. Cassian looked disturbed. I leaned toward Edric. Your shoulder is already dislocated. We cover you in blood, burn your coat, and place fragments of poisoned hide in your pack. You tell them the butcher died. The soldiers escaped with the core, and you recovered the key from the ruins. They will ask about the others. They died. They did. Then that part is easy. He stared at the floor. Hessa remains protected, I said. In exchange, you give us every route, signal, and contact you know. Cassian finally spoke. I cannot promise immunity. I did not ask you. His gaze moved to me. I held it. Hessa is part of Blackstone, I said. Blackstone is becoming my territory. The words sounded arrogant. Perhaps they were, but the system reacted. Territory intent recognized. Local protection, objective recated. Tech Blackstone Ashen Coil retaliation. Reward, loyalty growth. Fulser territory instability. Edric studied me with confusion. You are a butcher for now. He laughed once bitterly. Then he gave us the first signal. A white mark beneath Oren's grain warehouse door. Cassian's soldiers left through the rear alley with the purified core and army materials. Edric remained hidden in our cellar while Theo and I prepared the false fragment. Celine stood beside the stairs, exhausted and frightened. She had said almost nothing since the attack. I placed Cassian's military seal above the front door. The silver badge caught the first light of morning. Villagers would see it soon. So would Oren. Celine watched me. You cannot fight him, she whispered. I already am. He has people everywhere, so do I. You have a boy, a wounded assassin, and a butcher shop with a hole in the roof. And yet Oren's men came here during the night, while we are still standing. Her lips parted. I stepped closer. You signaled him. She began to deny it. I raised my hand. Do not waste another lie. Fear entered her eyes. I only marked the window because Oren told me to report wealthy customers. I did not know about the monster. You knew he planned to steal the shop. She looked toward Theo. He promised no one would be hurt. Men like Oren always promised that. Tears filled her eyes. This time they were real. I was afraid, so was Mara. The name escaped before I could stop it. Celine frowned. I corrected myself. So was I, but the moment had passed. She looked at me differently. Not as though she knew the truth. As though she had finally realized that whatever weakness she once controlled inside this body was gone. What will you do to me? She asked. I have not decided. Theo stood in the doorway. Sister, his voice was quiet. He had heard everything. Celine turned toward him. Theo, I never wanted. Do not. That one word carried more pain than anger. He walked past her and began gathering broken tiles from the floor. Celine covered her mouth. I did not comfort her. Some wounds needed to remain open long enough to teach. By mid-morning, the false key fragment was complete. The clay had absorbed iron sediment, giving it a metallic sheen. Bone ash strengthened it. I pressed the original fragment into a wax mold, then used tiny tools to reproduce the moving symbols as imperfect scratches. The system appraised the result. Counterfeit gate key accuracy, 90%. Minus 21%. Expand deception window, 10 to 20 minutes. Enough for a handoff. Not enough for prolonged inspection. We burned Edric's sleeve, reopened one cut on his forehead, and stained his clothes with wolf blood that had already been neutralized. Cassian returned wearing a plain cloak instead of his military coat. He had brought 2 scouts. One was a narrow woman named Lysa, who could disappear into shadows so naturally that even the system had difficulty tracking her. The other was an older archer with gray hair and a missing ear. Cassian examined the false fragment. This will not survive contact with a trained relic reader. It does not need to. He looked at Edric. If you betray us, your sister will not be punished for your actions. But Edric laughed weakly. The coil found me when I was a starving child in the mines. You think I fear being found? No, Cassian said. I think you fear failing your sister twice. Edric stopped laughing. We released him through the drainage tunnel behind the shop. Lysa followed at a distance. The gray-haired archer took position on a rooftop. Cassian remained with me. You are coming? I asked. I am not allowing a civilian to walk into an Ashen Coil exchange. I am not asking permission. You have no combat training. I have survived 2 assassination attempts in one night, because trained soldiers were present. Your trained soldiers brought the assassins. Theo hid a smile. Cassian did not. You stay behind me, he said. I stay where I can see. We compromised by walking side by side. Blackstone was awakening. Smoke rose from chimneys. Farmers led carts toward the fields. Children ran barefoot through puddles. Then people noticed the military seal above our door. Whispers followed us down the street. Oren's manor remained quiet, but his grain warehouse was already open. Workers carried sacks beneath the supervision of Pellbale, whose face was swollen from the tavern beating. He saw me and froze. I smiled. His hand moved toward a whistle hanging from his neck. Cassian's plain cloak concealed his uniform, but not the way he carried himself. Pell recognized danger and lowered his hand. We passed without stopping. Edric had told us the exchange point was beneath the abandoned chapel at the edge of the village. The chapel had burned 10 years earlier. Only part of its stone foundation remained. Children avoided it because people claimed voices could be heard beneath the floor. The voices were smugglers. Cassian and I entered the forest behind the ruins, then circled toward the northern wall. Lysa appeared from the shadows. He went below, she whispered. 4 people inside. Possibly more behind a second door. Oren? I asked. No, that was disappointing but not surprising. Oren would not attend a dangerous exchange personally. We positioned ourselves near a crack in the chapel wall. Through it, I could see a stairway descending into darkness. Edric's voice echoed from below. The soldiers escaped. A woman the fragment. He handed it over. Silence followed. The system detected mana activity. Someone was testing the counterfeit. 10 minutes, perhaps less. The woman spoke again. Where is Vey and Kor? Dead. You returned alone? I returned with the key. Another silence. Then footsteps approached the stairs. Cassian drew his sword. I touched his arm. Not yet. The footsteps stopped. The woman said, This is damaged. The core broke during extraction. How did a village butcher extract it? She did not survive. The answer carried just enough bitterness to sound real. I almost admired him. The woman moved farther away. Send a message to Master Bale. Tell him the shop burned and the commander escaped with the purified core. My pulse quickened. Direct confirmation. Oren was not merely involved. He was being addressed as a superior. A man asked, What about the girl's family? Remove them before sunrise tomorrow. The merchant wants no witnesses. Cassian's jaw tightened. I felt nothing. Not because the threat did not matter. Because anger was more useful when it remained cold. The system mapped the chamber below. Hostile Trex 5. Hidden passage. Eastern wall. Bakamari contents. Coin. Contraband medicine. Weapon parts. Digaments. Territory Hajidal Riznakach. Expose Ashen Coil network. Reward multipeller of variable if Trekets captured alive. I leaned close to Cassian. 5 people. Hidden exit on the east wall. How do you know? The same way I knew the contract was false. He accepted that answer more quickly this time. Cassian signaled Lysa. She disappeared. The counterfeit's deception window was almost finished. We moved. Cassian descended first. I followed with the wolf fang in one hand and my cleaver in the other. The chamber below had once been a burial crypt. Stone shelves lined the walls. Crates filled the center. 5 people stood around a table illuminated by green lanterns. Edric faced us. For one terrible instant, I could not tell whether he would keep his agreement. Then he threw himself sideways. Cassian charged. His shoulder struck the nearest man and drove him into the wall. I ducked beneath a thrown knife and slashed the attacker's wrist with the fang. The weapon fell. A woman in a white half-mask raised the false fragment. Black light flashed across its surface. The clay cracked, she understood. Traitor. Her hand released a wave of force toward Edric. I stepped between them without thinking. The impact struck my chest. In Mara's old body, it would have broken ribs. Now the metal trait inside me awakened. My flesh hardened. The force threw me backward, but I remained standing. The masked woman stared, so did Cassian. I did not give either of them time to understand. I grabbed a sack of powdered grain from the nearest crate and threw it into the green lantern. Flame burst across the air. Everyone ducked. Theo was not present, but I heard his voice in my mind from the night before. Will people buy it? Everything had value in the correct situation. Even flower dust, especially flower dust. The masked woman stumbled away from the fire. Cassian caught her by the throat and slammed her onto the table. Lysa emerged behind another operative and pressed a blade under his jaw. The gray-haired archer blocked the staircase. Edric tackled the man guarding the eastern passage. The final operative ran toward the resource crates. Not to escape, to destroy them. He pulled a burning cord from beneath his coat. The system highlighted 3 barrels near him. Alchemical fire oil. Plast entire chamber. I threw the wolf fang. It struck his forearm. The burning cord fell onto the stone floor. He reached for it. I reached him first. My shoulder drove into his chest. The collision felt like striking a wooden door, but he flew backward into the wall. My new strength was growing faster than my control. The man collapsed unconscious. I crushed the burning cord beneath my boot. Cassian stared at me again. You have no combat training, I learned quickly. The masked woman laughed from beneath his hand. You have no idea what you took. I walked toward her, then explained it. You think the fragment is treasure? I think it is leverage. It is a death sentence. Most valuable things are. She turned her head toward Edric. The coil will skin your sister. Edric flinched. I placed my cleaver against the table beside her face. No, she looked at me. You do not threaten anyone in my village. Her laughter stopped. You own nothing, he responded. Hasalich, size. Local ashen coil. Sella defeated. Territory influence increased. Blackstone village control progress, 19%. Barinikoch ownership dispute. Legal authority for full claim. Cassian removed the bronze serpent token from the woman's coat. By royal border authority, everyone in this chamber is under arrest for treason, smuggling, attempted murder, and possession of forbidden relic materials. He looked at the crates. The contents are evidence. I folded my arms. Most of the contents are stolen village resources. They remain evidence. Then catalog them here. They must be transported. To whose warehouse? His silence was an answer. The county evidence warehouse was likely controlled by officials. Orin had bribed. Anything moved there would disappear. Cassian knew it. Catalog them here, I repeated. Return identifiable property to the victims. Use the rest to fund your investigation. And your share? Processing fee. He almost smiled. You negotiate during arrests. I negotiate before someone else steals the value. We opened the crates. The first contained silver coins, debt contracts, and property deeds. The second held medicine stolen from military shipments. The third contained tools, blades, lock mechanisms, and small ingots of refined copper. The fourth held black grain. The system reacted, corrupted seed stock. Type, hunger heat grows rapidly. Exhausts soil. Produces low nutrition grain. Releases suppress nearby crops. Strategic per. Create dependency on emptied food. I picked up a handful. The seeds were larger than ordinary wheat and streaked with gray veins. Cassian crouched beside me. What is it? The reason Blackstone's harvests are failing. He examined the grain. You are certain? Orin controls imported seed, manure, and grain. Farmers buy from him because their fields weaken. These seeds are designed to weaken them. The masked woman smiled. At last she wanted us to understand. Hunger is easier to govern than loyalty, she said. I turned toward her. Who supplied the seeds? She said nothing. Absolute appraisal revealed fragments. Loyalty, Fannerspans. Low, Kakamre motivation, belief in coming collapse. Infination leverage. Her daughter lives in Canty capital under false name. I could use the child against her. I would not. There were lines an empire should not cross, even when its enemies had no lines at all. Instead, I returned to the seeds. Resources told stories. The black grain required controlled cultivation. Someone nearby had a hidden field or greenhouse. It needed storage away from ordinary wheat. It required transport. That meant workers, wagons, records, and contamination risks. The network was larger than 5 people beneath a ruined chapel, but every larger network had more points of failure. Cassian ordered his scouts to secure the prisoners. I found a bundle of ledgers inside a locked chest. The writing was coded, but the system appraised the ink, paper, and repeated symbols. Local contact designations. B. Grain and credit. H. Medicine. R. Transport. White mark operations. B. was Orin. S. might be the tax collector Bran or another official. H. could be the village healer. R was likely a wagon master. The white mark connected them to the key fragments. This is the hostile network, I said. Cassian took the ledger. His face darkened as he scanned it. This reaches the county seat. How high? I cannot tell. You mean you do not trust anyone above you? He closed the ledger. I trust very few people. Good. Trust is expensive, and loyalty more expensive. By the time we returned to the village, the sun had climbed above the hills. Everyone had heard about the military seal. Everyone had also heard that assassins attacked during the night. Rumors traveled faster than armies. Oren waited in the street outside the butcher shop. Bran stood beside him with 6 guards. Pell lingered near the rear, trying to hide his bruised face beneath a hood. Oren smiled when he saw me. It was the smile of a man who had not yet learned that his plan had failed. Mara, he called. I heard there was trouble. Cassian stepped into the open and removed his plain cloak. The military coat beneath it silenced the street. Oren's smile remained, but only because he had practiced it for years. What an honor, Master Bale. Cassian's voice was polite. That made it more dangerous. Bran noticed the prisoners behind us. The masked woman lifted her head. Oren did not look at her. Not even once. He was good, but the system saw his pulse increase. Cassian held up the ashen coil token. We captured these operatives beneath the abandoned chapel. Oren shook his head sadly. Terrible. I have warned the council about criminals using those ruins. One operative named you as his superior. That was not technically true. Edric had confirmed Oren through reaction, and the captured woman had ordered a message sent to him, but Cassian was testing him. Oren laughed. A desperate lie, perhaps. Cassian removed the ledger. Oren's eyes changed for less than a second. Enough. Bran stepped forward. This has nothing to do with the debt collection. The girl still owes 180 silver crowns. I placed 3 copper coins in his hand. Today's installment. The crowd laughed. Bran threw the coins onto the mud. You mock the law. No. I preserve evidence. Cassian looked toward him. What evidence? I pointed at the altered contract in Bran's case. Forgery, illegal seizure, and conspiracy to transfer a registered business. Bran's face went white. Oren spoke quickly. This girl is confused from illness. I processed an Ironfang dire wolf last night, I said. My mind feels clear. That produced silence. Everyone in the northern villages knew the danger of magical predators. Oren glanced toward the shop. He noticed the sealed barrels, the repaired cutting area, the military crates, the silver sediment drying in shallow trays. For the first time, greed overcame caution. He saw wealth. Cassian stepped between him and the door. This property is under military protection for 30 days. Bran stammered. On what authority? Mine. The guards behind Bran began stepping away. Oren looked at me. The hatred in his eyes was finally honest. You think a badge makes you powerful? No. I held up one of the refined wolfhide panels. This does. The villagers moved closer. They had never seen armor like leather shimmer beneath sunlight. I raised my voice. Blackstone's harvests are failing because corrupted seed has been mixed into local fields. The seed drains the soil and kills nearby crops. Farmers began shouting. Oren's expression hardened. Absurd. Cassian opened one of the evidence sacks. Gray-veined wheat spilled into his palm. We found this beneath the chapel beside debt records and village property deeds. Joran pushed through the crowd. He looked at the seeds, then at Oren. You sold me wheat seed last spring, so did every merchant. My eastern field turned gray. Another farmer shouted. Mine too. A widow near the well began crying. Oren raised both hands. People listened to reason. Criminals stored stolen goods beneath the chapel. That does not connect them to me. Then you will not object to an inspection of your granaries, Cassian said. Oren's smile vanished. Those stores contain private property. So does the butcher shop, I said. You were eager to inspect it. The crowd laughed again. But the laughter had changed. It was sharper, angrier. Oren heard it. He had controlled Blackstone through isolation. Each farmer believed his debt was a personal failure. Each family believed its weak harvest was bad luck. Each victim remained ashamed and silent. Now they were comparing stories. That was more dangerous to him than any sword. Bran moved toward his horse. The gray-haired archer stepped into his path. Collector, Cassian said, you will remain available for questioning. Bran looked at Oren. Oren did not look back. The alliance was already breaking. I entered the butcher shop and returned with the first 12 pouches of fertilizer. Joran recognized his. The test should begin today, I said. But we are changing the plan. I placed the pouches on the table outside. No charge. Oren laughed harshly. A charity empire? No. An evidence field. I pointed toward the abandoned southern plot beside the river. We divided into sections. One with ordinary village soil. One with Oren's seed. One with clean seed. One with clean seed and my fertilizer. Everyone watches the results. Farmers murmured. A public trial could not be hidden. Oren could bribe one official. He could not bribe an entire harvest. Joran nodded first. I will provide labor. I will provide meals. A blacksmith named Corvin raised one hand. I have clean seed stored from before Baal controlled the market. Others began volunteering tools, carts, and time. The system flashed. A cultural alliance formed. Objective complete. Blackstone Village control progress. 34%. Loyalty network established. New development option. Production cooperative. Oren saw the village moving away from him. He turned to leave. I called after him. Master Baal, he stopped. You said 7 days would change nothing. He looked over his shoulder. One night has been enough. His face became calm again. That was worse than anger. You believe you won because peasants cheered. No, I looked toward his hilltop manor. I won because you finally understand that I am coming for everything. He walked away. Pell hurried after him. Bran remained beneath guard. The villagers surrounded the fertilizer pouches, the clean seed, and the military evidence. Questions filled the street. For the next several hours, I answered them. I explained how to identify corrupted wheat, how to isolate affected soil, how to use bone meal without burning roots, how to build compost pits, how to boil tools after handling contaminated seed. Knowledge spread faster than fear. By noon, the southern field had become a public worksite. Theo organized the children to collect ash and broken bones. Hessa sent stew. Corvin repaired our rendering kettle in exchange for leather grease. Joran brought 2 old oxen too weak for plowing. Instead of slaughtering them immediately, I appraised a feed mixture using processed grain scraps, mineral clay, and clean blood meal. Within days, they might recover enough strength to work. That mattered. A resource-rich empire did not begin by consuming everything it owned. It began by understanding when each resource was most valuable alive. Celine remained inside the shop. When I returned near sunset, she had cleaned the blood from the floor. The broken roof had been covered with canvas. The dead attacker's belongings were sorted into separate boxes. She had even boiled the contaminated tools. Theo stood beside her. They were not speaking, but he had allowed her to help. That was more mercy than I would have offered. Cassian waited near the rear table. The ceramic jar containing the true key fragment sat between us. You cannot keep it here, he said. I know. The ashen coil will send more people. I know. My unit leaves for the northern pass tomorrow. I know. His expression tightened. You enjoy saying that? No. He placed a small iron box on the table. The interior was lined with moon silver and black salt. This will contain the fragment for several weeks. What do you want in exchange? Your help. With what? Processing whatever we find in the northern forest. I studied him. That is not a small request. Neither is protecting this village. You already agreed to 30 days, and now I am offering something longer. Cassian unfolded a map. It showed Blackstone, Pine Hollow, the northern pass, and a large section forest marked as Royal Wilderness. 3 red circles had been drawn near old mines. My scouts found dead animals near these locations, he said. No wounds. Their bones turned to iron dust. The vision from the core returned, white masked figures, chains driven into the earth. The stone gate shaking beneath enormous impacts. What is beneath the mines? I asked. We do not know. The oldest records were destroyed. By whom? The county archive burned 20 years ago. Accident? No. I looked toward Oren's manor through the rear window. The hill was dark now. No lamps. Too dark for a wealthy household at sunset. He was moving something, perhaps documents. Perhaps grain, perhaps himself. The system alerted me. Territory Threatmispend. Hostile leader preparing counteraction. Likely window. Before dawn. Possible objectives. Destroy agricultural testnif. Remove evidence. Eliminate witnesses. I folded the map. Oren will act tonight. Cassian followed my gaze. How do you know? Because if he waits until morning, the village will inspect his granaries. What would you do in his position? Burn the test field. Kill Bran before he talks. Move the corrupted seed. Destroy the ledgers. Cassian's eyes narrowed. That is a detailed answer. I have dealt with men like him. In a butcher shop? In another life. The words slipped out softly. Cassian heard them. He did not ask what I meant. Instead, he said, Then what do we do? I looked around the shop. Our resources had changed. Military protection, villager loyalty. Wolf hide, manor bone, toxic fur. Copper, mineral clay. An enemy who believed our greatest weakness was the field we had built in public. I smiled. We let him burn it. Theo looked up from the stove. Sister, we build a second test field where he cannot see it. The public field becomes bait. Cassian studied me. And when his people arrive, we catch them with evidence. What if Oren comes personally? He will not. You sound disappointed. I prefer enemies who deliver themselves. We worked through the evening. Joran quietly moved clean seed and fertilizer to a hidden strip of land behind Hess's tavern. Corvin forged small clamps from the copper found beneath the chapel. Theo prepared smoke pots using spoiled meat, wet straw, and grave mold antidote herbs. Lysa placed scouts near the southern field. Cassian moved Bran to the butcher shop cellar instead of the village jail, which Oren's men could access. I used strips of Ironfang hide to create protective shields for the entrances. The hide absorbed impact so well that a hammer strike barely moved it. Then I opened one of the barrels containing poisoned outer fur. Cassian stepped back. You agreed that material was lethal. It is lethal when uncontrolled. The system offered 3 paths: poison coating, pest barrier, toxin detection cloth. I chose the third. By treating small fur patches with mineral clay, vinegar, and liver extract, I created strips that changed color near nightshade salt or grave mold spores. We tied them around doors, windows, and evidence boxes. Primitive alarms, resources became infrastructure. Infrastructure became power. Near midnight, the village lights went out one by one. Rain clouds covered the moon. We waited. Theo sat beside me behind the butcher shop counter. You should sleep, I whispered. So should you? By 5 years, by 1 lifetime, I thought. He looked at my hands. The swelling around my fingers had decreased. The skin seemed firmer. My arms felt less weak than they had that morning. You are changing, he said. I went still. How you stand differently, that is all? And you do not breathe hard on the stairs anymore. Mara had hidden how much simple movement hurt her. Theo had noticed. Of course he had. I was sick, I said. Are you better? Yes, it was not a lie. He leaned against the counter. I do not care how you changed. My throat tightened. You saved me. That is enough. Before I could answer, one of the toxin strips turned black. Someone had entered the rear courtyard carrying poison. I touched Theo's shoulder. He slipped into the cellar passage. Cassian waited upstairs with 2 soldiers. Lysa was outside. I remained alone in the main room. The rear latch lifted. A thin blade slid through the doorframe and raised the bar. Professional work. The door opened. 3 figures entered. They wore village cloaks, but their boots were too clean for local roads. One carried a jar of fire oil. Another held a crossbow. The third had a cloth bundle shaped like a human head. Bran's replacement. They intended to kill him, burn the shop, and leave a false ashen coil token on the body. The crossbowman aimed at me. You should have married the merchant, he fired. I raised the Ironfang hide shield. The bolt struck and stopped as though it had entered deep mud. The attacker stared. I pulled the bolt free. You should have used a better resource. Cassian dropped from the staircase. Lysa entered behind them. The fight lasted less than a minute. One man surrendered immediately. The crossbowman tried to swallow poison. But Theo had warned Cassian about false teeth. A soldier broke his jaw before he could bite down. The man with the fire oil ran toward the courtyard. He stepped into a drainage trench I had covered with loose boards and fell waist-deep into cold rendering water. Joran and Corvin emerged from the neighboring alley with ropes. Witnesses, exactly as planned. The captured men carried written instructions. The orders were coded, but one bore Oren's private merchant seal beneath a layer of wax. Not enough to convict him of treason. Enough to destroy his reputation. Then a bell rang from the hill. Oren's manor was burning. Cassian looked through the broken roof. He is destroying evidence. No, I said. Flames spread too quickly and too evenly. The fire had been prepared in advance. A wagon raced down the northern road behind the manor. He is fleeing, Cassian shouted orders. His soldiers ran for their horses. I climbed onto the nearest cart. Cassian grabbed the reins. You stay here. The wagon may contain corrupted seed. My soldiers can secure grain. It may contain the key records. My soldiers can secure paper. It may contain something they cannot identify until it kills them. He looked at me. Then he pulled me onto the horse behind him. We rode north. The burning manor lit the clouds orange. Villagers poured into the streets, some carrying buckets, others simply watching the symbol of Oren's power collapse. The wagon ahead moved fast. Too fast for an ordinary merchant cart. Its wheels were reinforced with metal bands that glowed faintly beneath the moonless sky. Magic. Cassian's horse gained ground, but slowly. 2 riders emerged from the forest and fired arrows toward us. Cassian leaned low. I raised the hide shield. 1 arrow bounced away. The second struck the horse's flank. The animal screamed and stumbled. Cassian pulled the reins, preventing a fall, but the wagon widened the distance. I appraised the arrow. Animal-safe antidote. Iron Fong liver extract. I had a small vial in my belt. Resources were only useful if they were where they were needed. I poured the extract over the wound. The horse's breathing steadied. Cassian looked back at me. You carry monster liver in your pocket, do you not? The horse accelerated. We reached the wagon near the old stone bridge. Oren stood on the rear platform holding a crossbow. His expensive coat was gone. He wore dark travel clothes and a leather harness filled with silver coins. His face no longer resembled the pleasant merchant who had smiled outside our shop. Hatred had stripped away every disguise. You ruined everything, he shouted. No, I called back. I appraised it. He fired. Cassian turned the horse. The bolt passed between us. I threw a clay smoke pot in the wagon. Gray smoke erupted. The driver lost control. The wagon struck the bridge wall and overturned. Crates shattered across the road. Black wheat spilled over the stones. Silver coins rolled into the river. Oren crawled from beneath the wreckage. One leg bent at an unnatural angle. Cassian dismounted and drew his sword. Do Oren laugh? You think this matters? He reached beneath his shirt. I saw the serpent token, not bronze. White metal. The system reacted. Ashen coil command. Falcon. Secondary Falcon. Host sacrifice trigger. I ran toward him. Drop it. He pressed the token against his chest. Black lines spread across his skin. The ground beneath the bridge trembled. From inside the overturned wagon came a deep metallic knock. Twice. The same sound I had heard from beyond the gate inside the wolf core. Cassian moved toward the wagon. I caught his arm. Do not open it. The wagon not with fire, with iron. Thousands of black metal splinters tore through the wood and froze in the air, forming a sphere above the bridge. Inside the sphere floated a second key fragment, larger than mine, more complete. The river stopped moving. Every drop beneath the sphere hung motionless. Oren began laughing and crying at the same time. The gate is already opening. The black lines reached his face. Cassian raised his sword. Oren bail by authority of the crown. There will be no crown. Oren looked at me. His eyes had turned entirely black. You think you are building an empire? The key fragment rotated. The metal trait inside my body pulled toward it so violently that my feet slid across the stones. Oren smiled. You are only gathering resources for what comes through the gate. The system filled my vision. Major territory event detect. Sick. Wholesale sacrifice in progress. Options, retreat and preserve Kronk territory. Allig military seizure. Claim fragment through sovereign extraction. Danger level, extreme. Likelihood of survival. Cassian reached for the floating fragment. Black metal sliced his sleeve before he came close. I stepped forward. He blocked me. You nearly died touching the first one. This one is already active. That is not an argument. It is exactly the argument. Behind us, riders approached. Some were Cassian soldiers. Others wore white masks. The ashen coil had come to recover its key. The bridge would become a battlefield within moments. The fragment pulsed. A crack opened in the air above it. Through that crack I saw a red moon, black trees, and something enormous moving behind a stone gate. The system gave one final warning, claiming this Reiner may permanently link hosts to none territory. I looked at Oren. He had stolen land, food, futures, and lives because he believed no one in Blackstone could challenge him. Now his body was becoming fuel for a force he had never controlled. He had never been a master, only a resource. I understood that better than anyone. I stepped around Cassian. The masked riders reached the bridge. The first arrow flew. I raised my hand toward the fragment. You were right about one thing, Oren. The metal sphere opened around me. I am building an empire. My fingers closed around the second key. And I never waste a resource. The world split apart. The bridge vanished. So did the river, the riders, Cassian, and the burning manor behind us. I fell through a storm of black metal. Fragments spun around me like knives. But none touched my skin. They circled faster and faster until they became a tunnel stretching into impossible darkness. At the far end waited the red moon. The second key burned in my hand, not with heat, with hunger. It pulled at everything inside me, blood, even the strange boundary between my old life and Mara's body. Images tore through my mind. A hospital room filled with the smell of poison. My former business partner smiling beside my bed. Mara kneeling in mud while villagers laughed. Theo shivering beneath a torn blanket. My father's company collapsing. Her father's butcher shop emptying. 2 lives, 2 betrayals. 2 deaths that should have ended everything. The key tried to consume them. I tightened my grip. No, the storm answered with thousands of metallic voices. Huts contents, jewel memory, constructure. Extractable contaminants, identity. Regret, ambif. Survival instinct. The system's blue light appeared against the darkness. Sovereign authority contested. Foreign territory attempting claim, I understood. The key was not merely opening a path. It was treating me as raw material. I had spent my previous life converting neglected assets into power. Warehouses, roads, food, metals, labor, information. Everything became useful when placed inside the correct system. Now something beyond the gate was using the same principle. It saw people as fuel, villages as storage, kingdoms as mines. I hated it because I recognized the logic, not the cruelty, the efficiency that made it more dangerous. The storm tightened around me. A voice came from beyond the red moon. Sir in the fragments. I could not tell whether I heard words or intention. Come and take them. The red moon split open like an eye. Something looked through. It was too large for my mind to understand. I saw pieces instead of a whole. A crown made from iron roots, fingers wrapped in chains, a mouth filled with fortress gates, and thousands of wolves kneeling beneath its shadow. The pressure forced me downward. There was no ground, but my knees struck something solid. The key fragment in my hand began sinking into my palm. Black veins spread up my wrist. The system issued warnings. Forum sovereign detect. Classificate. Authority level, overwhelming. Direct resistance not recommended. Retreat path ineffable. Consumption imminent. Direct resistance was impossible. That did not mean resistance was impossible. I stopped trying to pull the key away. Instead, I opened my hand. The foreign presence hesitated. It expected fear. It expected struggle. It expected prey. I looked at the fragment embedded in my palm and activated absolute appraisal. The world slowed. Second gate key fragment. Consistent. Matal, comscrest territy mana, blood contracts, sacrificial authority. Krankenacher, dispute. Unlock northern gate. Secondary Fonken. Connect fragment hawkers. Tertiary Fonken, transfer results between linked territories. Constructural weakness. Ownership depends on unbroken sacrifice chain. Orin had awakened the key using himself as a sacrifice. His authority fed the fragment, but Orin's authority over Blackstone had already been broken. Farmers had rejected his seed. The village had challenged his contracts. His network had been exposed. His manor was burning. He had sacrificed a territory he no longer truly controlled. The chain was flawed. I reached into the connection. Not with my hand, with the system. Sovereign authority activated. A prey-sacrifice claim. The darkness unfolded into lines of ownership. Orin Bale claimed the manor. The manor claimed the granaries. The granaries claimed the grain. The grain claimed the farmers through debt. The debt claimed the village through fear. But each line was cracked, forged contracts. Stole-rupted seed, false scarcity. No legitimate ownership. Only coercion pretending to be law. I seized the weakest link. Challenge is issued. Sacrificial authority due to fraudulent territory claim. The foreign presence reacted. The metal storm slammed into me. Bones cracked somewhere inside my body. Blood filled my mouth. The red moon expanded until it covered everything. Authority is power. The voice shook the void. I forced myself upright. Power without ownership is theft. Versed by strength. That is what men like Orin believe. I remembered his face as villagers began comparing stories. He had been powerful while everyone remained isolated. The moment they acted together, his power became smoke. Strength does not make a claim legitimate. Legitimacy is a story told by the weak. Then listen to a better story. I pulled every memory tied to Blackstone into the appraisal. Joran offering labor, Hessa providing food, Corvin bringing clean seed, Theo organizing children, villagers watching the public field, Cassian placing the military seal above the shop, even Celine cleaning the blood from the floor after betrayal had stripped away her illusions. These were not chains. They were exchanges, work for knowledge, resources for protection, trust for opportunity, not complete loyalty, not yet. But voluntary, the system responded. Emerging territory network tech, cooperative claim strength rising. Recognition by local residents as ranger leader. Blackstone territory authority, partial but legitimate. The second key trembled. For the first time, the foreign presence withdrew slightly. I pressed harder. Orin did not own Blackstone. The system highlighted the broken sacrifice chain. I have a stronger claim, the darkness erupted. Claim transfer request. Assume all territorial debts. Assume all hostile obligations. Assume gate connection. Assume sacrificial burden. It was a trap disguised as victory. If I accepted Orin's entire position, I inherited not only his assets but his obligations to the Ashen Coil and the thing beyond the gate. There was another option. In my previous life, companies often bought distressed businesses without assuming every hidden liability. Assets were separated. Useful divisions were retained. Fraudulent obligations were rejected. This was not business law, but the principle remained. I reject the transfer. The key began sinking deeper into my hand. I claim only the legitimate assets. The storm paused. No response appeared. Perhaps the system had no prepared path. Good. Prepared paths belonged to whoever designed the trap. I created my own. I claimed the resources stolen from Blackstone. I claimed the debts proven fraudulent. I claimed the evidence, grain, land, tools, transport routes, and contracts obtained through coercion. Blue lines spread through the void. I reject Oren's loyalty to the Ashen Coil. I reject his sacrificial agreement. I reject every obligation created without the consent of the people used to support it. The red moon darkened. The foreign voice became a roar. You cannot divide the authority. I divide carcasses every day. The system flashed. Sobering extraction request. Trek territorial ownership and structure. Risk, extreme. Potential risk, resultious from hostile contractual repruption. Potential fellsure. Identity fracture. Territory collapse death, I confirmed. Pain tore through me. The world became a butcher's table. Blackstone lay across it like a living body. Roads became veins. Fields became muscle. Homes became bone. Oren's contracts appeared as dark parasites wrapped around every structure. I reached toward them. The wolf fang materialized in my hand, though I had left it on the bridge. Perhaps this place responded to symbols. Perhaps the fang had become part of my authority after the first extraction. I cut the first contract. A farmer's debt disappeared from Oren's chain. The foreign force struck me. My left arm went numb. I cut another. A widow's deed returned to her name. Metal pierced my side. I cut another. The grain warehouse separated from the Ashen Coil ledger. My vision blurred. Hundreds remained. Too many for one person. Then another hand gripped the wolf fang. Mara stood beside me, not as a ghost, as a memory given form. She looked as she had before illness and humiliation crushed her. Round-faced, broad-shouldered, wearing her father's blood-stained apron. Her eyes were afraid, but she did not release the blade. "This is my family shop," she said. I stared at her. "No." She looked through me. "I was never strong enough to live. But I was strong enough to keep Theo alive until you came." The words struck harder than the metal storm. Mara had not failed. She had endured. Every day she survived had carried her brother one day closer to rescue. I placed my hand over hers. "We do this together." We cut. Contract after contract split apart. Some dissolved immediately. Others fought back, reinforced by Seal's fear and blood. Each one carried a story. A farmer who borrowed 2 silver and repaid 12. A widow who signed away her orchard because Oren withheld winter grain. A blacksmith forced into exclusive service after false charges. A tavern keeper who paid protection money to prevent officials from closing her business. Blackstone had never been poor. It had been harvested. As the chains broke, resources flowed away from the red moon. The foreign presence screamed. The metal fragments surrounding me turned white-hot. Mara began fading. "Do not let go," I said. "I cannot stay. Theo needs you. He has you." Her smile was small and tired. "You are harsher than I was. Yes, you will frighten him sometimes. Probably. Do not make him feel useless because you are afraid to lose him." The truth of it wounded me. I had already begun protecting Theo by controlling every danger around him. That path could easily become another kind of cage. I promised Mara released the fang. Her hands became light. Before she vanished, she touched my chest. "Then live better than both of us did." She disappeared. The last major chain remained. Oren's claim over the northern road. It connected Blackstone to the gate fragment and extended far beyond the village, through transport guilds, mining camps, military routes, and hidden Ashen Coil stations. Cutting it would free Blackstone. It would also reveal me to the entire network. I cut anyway. The chain snapped. The void exploded with blue light. Sovereign extraction complete. Legitimate territorial assets separated. Hostile sacrificial contract rebet. Blackstone Reiner claim transferred to Haas network. Gate connection remans active. Form and obligation removed. Second claimed. New authority unlocked. Contract appraisal. New authority unlocked. Reclamation. Territory claim progress increased. Blackstone village control, 61%. The foreign presence receded behind the red moon. Its final message entered my mind. A claim has been made. A challenge has been sipped. When the gate opens, your territory will be first. The red moon closed. The bridge returned. I stood at its center with Cassian's arm around my waist, preventing me from falling into the river. Only a few seconds had passed. The black metal sphere still hung above the overturned wagon. Masked riders charged from the northern side. Cassian's soldiers approached from the south. Orin knelt near the broken wheel, black veins covering his face. The second key fragment was no longer floating. It had fused with the first inside the ceramic containment box strapped beneath my cloak. I did not remember placing it there. The system had reclaimed it automatically. The black sphere collapsed. Every metal splinter fell at once. Cassian dragged me behind the overturned wagon as the fragments struck the bridge like rain. One masked rider screamed when the metal shredded his horse's armor. Another leaped from the saddle and continued on foot. Cassian drew his sword. I tried to stand. My legs failed. Stay down, he ordered. I am fine. You are bleeding from your eyes. I touched my face. My fingers came away red. Perhaps I was not entirely fine. The first masked attacker reached the wagon. Cassian met him with a downward strike. Their blades collided. The attacker's weapon was black metal, similar to the key fragments. It absorbed the force and bent around Cassian's sword like a living vine. Cassian released his weapon before it could trap his hand. The attacker thrust toward his chest. I grabbed a broken wagon spoke and drove it into the man's knee. The spoke snapped. The attacker staggered. Cassian punched him in the throat, took his wrist, and threw him over the bridge wall. The man caught the stone edge with one hand. Cassian stepped on his fingers. Who commands the northern cell? The masked man laughed, opened the gate, and asked. Cassian kicked him into the river. A crossbow bolt struck the wagon above my head. The second rider circled toward us. Lysa appeared from beneath the bridge, climbed the stonework, and cut the rider's saddle straps. He fell. Cassian's soldiers reached the southern entrance. The gray-haired archer shot one attacker through the shoulder. The battle spread across the bridge. Orin crawled toward the river. His sacrifice had failed, but the black veins continued consuming him. I seized his collar. He turned. His eyes had returned to normal. Fear filled them. Help me. I appraised him. Orin Bal. Sacrificial backlash. Less than 10 minutes. Possible stabilization. Difficult. Infination value. High. Criminal extremi. He deserved death. That was irrelevant. A dead enemy answered no questions. I dragged him behind the wagon. Cassian glanced toward us while blocking another strike. What are you doing? Orin coughed. Black blood. I will give you everything. You already did. He shook his head violently. Names. Routes vaults, then start speaking. The county registrar Bran. The healer in Pine Hollow. The northern transport master names. He gave them. I memorized each one. A masked attacker threw a glass sphere toward the wagon. The system identified explosive fire oil. I caught the sphere against the Iron Fang hide panel tied to my arm and redirected it into the river. Flames spread across the water. Cassian stared at me. I told you to stay down. I am lower than everyone else. He had no answer. Orin gripped my apron. What is inside? Coin deeds. Records. Where? Beneath the wine cellar. What trap? His face changed. None. Contract appraisal activated even without parchment. Verbal statement analysis. I tightened my grip around his throat. What trap? Blood seal. How is it opened? Family ring. He held up one swollen hand. A gold ring sat on his smallest finger. Orin began laughing weakly. You think the village will follow you? They already do. They follow food. Food is a better reason than fear. You will become me. The words carried no magic. That made them more dangerous. He saw ambition in me and mistook it for kinship. You take resources. Make people dependent. You call it protection. I said nothing. Because part of him was right. Any system powerful enough to save people could also control them. The difference was not intention alone. It was structure, consent, transparency, the ability to refuse. An empire built entirely around my will would remain benevolent only as long as I did. That was not enough. I leaned closer. Then I will build something you could never understand. What? An empire that survives without worshiping its ruler. He smiled through blackened teeth. Impossible, perhaps. His body convulsed. The veins reached his heart. I used sovereign extraction. The ability entered him like invisible hands. Reintrigue. Corruption. Extraction possible. Warning. Corruption bound to life force. Removal may kill Trekit. Leaving it would also kill him, I confirmed. Black threads pulled from his chest and gathered above my palm. Orin screamed. The sound silenced even the nearest fighters. The corruption resisted, anchored to every oath he had made to the ashen coil. Images flashed through my mind. Orin as a poor apprentice outside a merchant guild. Orin being beaten for stealing bread. A white-masked woman offering him coin and protection. His first corrupted seed shipment. His first forged contract. His first family forced from its land. At every step he had convinced himself the next cruelty would make him safe. Eventually, cruelty became the only safety he understood. The final black thread broke. Oren collapsed. The system appraised him again. Life expectancy. Sacrificial corruption removed. Long-term. Sever. I sealed the extracted corruption inside an empty metal coin box. New reenter. Contractual corruption ascents. Cassian looked at the box. Never do that near me without warning. You were busy. The last masked attackers retreated north. Cassian's archers fired after them, but did not pursue beyond the bridge. It might have been caution. It might have been because the forest ahead had begun moving. Trees bent though there was no wind. Metallic howls echoed from deep within the darkness. The gate connection had awakened something. Cassian ordered a defensive withdrawal. We loaded Oren onto the least damaged horse and returned to Blackstone. The manor fire had spread to the granaries. Villagers formed bucket lines, but the largest grain warehouse was already collapsing. I appraised the flames, accelerant, constructural fulfillment. Eastern, recoverable result, contents, stonedation. Iron fittings, partially burned grain for industrial use, hidden vault. I raised my voice. Stop throwing water on the main warehouse. Joran stared at me as though I had gone mad. The grain is burning. The roof will collapse. Move everyone back. Some villagers hesitated. Theo did not. He ran along the bucket line, repeating the order. Back, Mara says back. The crowd retreated. Moments later, the roof collapsed inward. Flames erupted through the windows. Had the villagers remained close, dozens would have died. Silence followed. Then everyone looked at me. Authority was often born in moments when hesitation killed. I pointed toward the smaller eastern storehouse. That one can be saved. Wet the south wall, remove sacks through the side door. Do not enter the center aisle. People moved immediately, not because of a title, because I had been right. Cassian assigned soldiers to secure the roads. Lysa carried the unconscious Oren into the butcher shop cellar. Bran saw his former master and began confessing before anyone asked a question. By dawn, we had 3 sets of records: Bran's testimony, Oren's names, the chapel ledgers. Enough to expose the local network, perhaps enough to survive the county investigation. The manor vault remained. I went with Cassian, Theo, Joran, and Corvin. Celine followed at a distance. The wine cellar entrance had partially collapsed, but the system identified stable stones. We cleared a path and found an iron door hidden behind empty barrels. Oren's ring fit the circular depression in the lock. A red line appeared across the door. The seal active. Lineage required. Oren had lied again. The ring was only part of the key. Blood was required. Cassian frowned. We bring him here. He may not survive the movement. Then the vault waits. The fire above us weakened the ceiling. It would not wait long. I appraised the seal. Oren Ball, or direct descendant. Secondary. Debonded territory authority. Crank territory authority. Transferred. The seal still believed the vault belonged to whoever controlled Oren's debt network. That was now me. I placed my bleeding palm against the door. The red line turned blue. The lock opened. Cassian looked at me, explain. We entered. Silver filled the first chamber. Not bags, stacks, hundreds of crowns packed inside sealed chests. Enough wealth to rebuild Blackstone several times. The second chamber held deeds, contracts, merchant seals, and tax records. The third contained relics. Small fragments of black metal, bottles of monster blood, white masks. Maps marked with villages across the northern region. At the center stood a stone pedestal supporting a glass cylinder. Inside floated a seed. It was black, larger than my thumb, and covered in tiny silver roots. The system reacted. Hunger heat origin seed. Fakin. Karup's descendant crops. Drain soil mana. Transfers extract energy to linked territory. Linked destination Northern Gate Zone. I finally understood. The failed harvests were not merely creating dependency. They were feeding the gate. Every weakened field sent energy north. Every farmer who planted Oren's seed unknowingly contributed to whatever waited beyond the red moon. The entire region might already be part of a vast extraction network. Cassian read the appraisal through my expression, though he could not see the words. What is it? The real reason the gate is waking. I pointed at the maps. They are draining the land. He studied the marked villages. There are more than 50. Then Blackstone is only one node. Theo stood beside the silver chests. This money belongs to the villagers. Joran looked at him. Some of it, he was right. Not every coin could be traced directly. Some came from legitimate trade. Some belonged to victims outside Blackstone. Some might be royal taxes. Taking everything would make us thieves. Leaving it under uncertain authority would allow another Oren to claim it. I activated contract appraisal on the records. The system began sorting. Assets. Legit Masson. Royal tax obligations. Ashen coil ownership. The process would take time. That was fine. Empires were not built by grabbing the largest pile. They were built by creating rules strong enough to prevent every future ruler from grabbing it. I turned to Joran. Call representatives from every street and farming district. He blinked. For what? To witness the inventory. Cassian studied me. You are allowing villagers into an active military evidence vault? I am allowing witnesses to observe the count. Your soldiers control the relic chamber. That complicates chain of custody. It prevents the evidence from vanishing. He could not deny the risk. After a long pause, he nodded. No one touches documents without supervision. 6 witnesses. 4. 5. He sighed. 5. Theo smiled. By midday, the manor ruins had become the busiest place in Blackstone. Hessa, Joran, Corvin, an elderly widow named Brenna, and the schoolmaster witnessed every chest opened. Cassian's soldiers recorded totals. Theo read names from debt contracts. Celine organized deeds into family groups. Each recovered document changed someone's life. A field returned. A home released from false collateral. A livestock claim restored. An apprenticeship debt erased. People cried. Some shouted, a few simply held their papers and stared. The system responded continuously. Stolen rein returned. Local loyalty increased. Territory stability increased. Fraudulent contract dissolved. Reader network rescored. Blackstone control progress, 74%. Then we found Celine's agreement. It lay inside a narrow red box. Her name appeared beside Oren's seal. Payment promised. 60 silver crowns. Obligation. Assist acquisition of butcher shop and facilitate marriage arrangement. Theo read it before I could stop him. The room became silent. Celine stood beside the table. Her face lost all color. Hessa looked at her with disgust. Joran muttered a curse. Theo placed the document down. Why Celine could not answer, he asked again. Why? I thought Oren would take the shop anyway. That is not an answer. I had nothing, you had us. Her eyes filled with tears. I was not your mother. You were worse. A stranger might have felt guilty. Celine flinched. I could have exiled her. The village would support it. I could have exposed every detail and allowed hatred to consume her. That would satisfy anger. It would not create value. I appraised the contract. Celine had signed under no magical compulsion, but the payment had never been delivered. Oren planned to remove her after the marriage. She had betrayed us for security that had never existed. I looked at Theo. This decision affects you more than me. He stared at the contract. I do not want her in our home. Celine closed her fair, I said. She swayed slightly. But exile without resources is another death sentence. Theo looked at me. I do not want her dead. Then she works. Celine opened her eyes. The village needs a public kitchen, a wash house, and record clerks. You know household management. You can read. You understand merchant accounts. Her expression shifted from despair to confusion. You would trust me with records? No. The answer came immediately. You work under witnesses. You receive food and a bed in the old chapel storehouse once it is repaired. Your wages repay the value you helped Oren steal. How long until the debt is paid or the village council releases you? Cassian raised an eyebrow. Village council? There will be one. The system flashed. Governance development path unlocked. Local reiner consul Fonken. Chart oversight. Public in it. Labor allocation. Reduces corruption risk. Increased decision time. Every structure had a cost. Shared authority would slow me down. That was exactly why it was necessary. Celine looked at Theo. He did not forgive her. But he said work. She nodded. The agreement was not mercy. It was accountability with a path forward. By evening, Blackstone had changed. Oren's manor was a ruin. His warehouse became an evidence store. The butcher shop became the center of production. The southern field became a public experiment. The old chapel became a guarded military station. The tavern became a meeting hall. Villagers who had once avoided one another now compared contracts and harvest records. Fear had isolated them. Resources united them. The system announced the completed objective. Territory Mission 2s. Control the ranger flow of Blackstone Village. 3 production chans established. Soap and cleaning fertilizer and soil recovery. Monster Mysterial Alliance secured. Hostile Network exposed. First expansion territory acquired. Ball Manor Industrial Grounds. Mission complete. Route granted. Sovereign's Farger Space unlocked. Basic Industrial Blueprint Library unlocked. Territory Claim Authority unlocked. Level Increase Sovereign Level 3. A vast invisible space opened in my mind. Empty shelves stretched into darkness. Time moved more slowly inside it, not stopped, but slowed enough to preserve perishable materials. A limited. Off for content. Non-living results. The blueprint library followed: brick kilns, water wheels, grain mills, tanneries, glass furnaces, paper production, preservation houses, basic steel processing. Dozens of industries that could transform Blackstone from a poor village into a regional center. Then the final reward appeared. Territory claim authority. A variable claim, Blackstone Village. Majority interdependence. Public recognition. Defensible boundaries. Local governance construction completion. 3 of 4. We lacked governance. That evening the villagers gathered outside the butcher shop. No one had ordered them. They came because they wanted to know what happened next. Cassian stood near the door. Theo remained beside me. Joran, Hessa, Corvin, Brenna, and the schoolmaster faced the crowd. I could claim leadership. The people would likely accept. They were exhausted, frightened, and grateful. That made the moment dangerous. Gratitude could become surrender. I stepped onto the cutting platform we had dragged outside. Oren controlled Blackstone because he controlled information, grain, debt, and transport. The crowd quieted. If one person controls all 4 again, it will not matter whether that person is kinder. Some looked confused. Others understood immediately. We will create a resource council. Every district chooses a representative. Inventories of public grain, recovered coin, tools, land, and contracts will be recorded openly. No debt may seize a family's home without council review. No seed enters village fields without testing. No official collects payment without issuing a public record. Bran, still guarded near the shop, lowered his head. The butcher workshop remains mine. The monster processing contracts remain mine. The system of public resources does not. I saw surprise in Cassian's face. He had expected me to claim everything. Perhaps I had expected it too. But Mara's words remained in my mind. Do not make Theo feel useless because you are afraid to lose him. The same warning applied to a village. Protection that removed all agency became possession. I will lead resource development, I continued. But every major public decision requires witnesses and records. Any representative may be removed by the people who selected them. A farmer raised his hand. What about the silver? Stolen money returns to identifiable victims. Royal taxes remain sealed until legal review. Ashen coil funds pay for defense and recovery under military supervision. Unclaimed merchant profits remain frozen until ownership is determined. Another voice called out. In Oren's land? Part becomes a public grain reserve. Part becomes workshops. The manor grounds become the first industrial district, Hessa shouted. Who decides who works there? The council. Joran raised his voice. And who sits on this council? You choose. The crowd erupted into argument. Names were proposed. Objections followed. Old grudges surfaced immediately. Cassian leaned toward me. This will take all night. Yes. You could simply appoint them. Yes. Why not? Because then they would be mine. He studied the arguing villagers. And that is bad? It is fragile. The debate continued past midnight. Messy, loud, inefficient. Real. By dawn, 9 representatives had been selected. Joran for the northern farms. Hessa for merchants and tavern workers. Corvin for craftsmen. Brenna for widows and displaced families. The schoolmaster for clerks and education. 4 others represented laborers, herders, river workers, and the western cottages. I held no council seat. Instead, they appointed me resource steward with authority over production planning, emergency logistics, and external trade negotiations. The title sounded smaller than ruler. Its actual power was enormous. That suited me. The system appeared. Local governance and structure established. All territory claimants complete. Claim Blackstone Village? I looked across the crowd. Theo stood at the front. Hessa had one arm around Edric, who remained under military guard but alive. Celine carried bowls from the new public kitchen. Cassian watched from beside his horse, preparing to leave for the northern pass. Smoke rose from the ruined manor. Beyond it, the southern field waited for clean seed. Blackstone was damaged. Poor threatened. But it was no longer owned by fear, I confirmed. The world shifted. Invisible lines spread from my feet through every road, field, workshop, well, and home. I felt water moving beneath the earth. Grain stored in cellars. Metal cooling in Corvin's forge. Soap hardening on our racks. Wolf hide drying in the shop. Clay beneath the drainage ditch. Even the exhausted soil carried a faint pulse. Blackstone Village claimed. Territory type developing Reiner Dam. Population 683. Kakamari results. Agricultural land. Mineral forest access. River transport. Livestock processing. Skilled labor. Hidden results detect. 7. Major 3. Northern Gate Network. Territory ability unlocked. Dome appraisal. Territory ability unlocked. Harrenal Flow map. Imperition established. The map appeared inside my mind. Blackstone glowed blue. To the north, thin black lines connected dozens of villages to a red point deep within the forest, the gate. One black line moved toward us, even now. Not an army. 6 wagons. Cargo classification unknown. Arrival estimate. 4 days. Cassian mounted his horse. My scouts will investigate the northern mines, he said. Keep the key fragments sealed. They will not remain sealed. His expression hardened. What did you do? I claimed them. His hand tightened around the reins. That was not one of the acceptable options. It was the surviving option. You are now linked to the gate. Yes, and you waited until now to mention it? You were busy watching Tresiverse. He looked as though he regretted every bargain he had made with me. Then he handed me a folded military document. What is this? Temporary trade authorization for the Northern Road. I opened it. The permit allowed Blackstone merchants to supply military outposts and purchase salvage under supervision. You said county officials controlled access. They do. How did you obtain this? I stopped asking. I smiled. 4 days until that caravan arrives, if your mysterious knowledge is correct. It is. What will you do? I looked toward the ruined manor grounds. We had clay, wolf materials, recovered silver workers. A council. 4 days. Enough to build defenses, enough to create workshops, enough to turn an enemy shipment into our next resource. I will prepare Blackstone. Cassian shook his head. For battle, for expansion, he rode north with his soldiers and prisoners. The villagers began their first council session. Theo followed me into the butcher shop. What do we build first, he asked. The blueprint library opened. I saw kilns, walls, mills, filters, presses, storage houses, and dozens of machines. But the resource flow map showed the true weakness. Blackstone depended on outside iron, outside medicine, outside transport animals. An empire became vulnerable wherever it could be starved. We needed independence before wealth. A brick kiln, I said. Then a water wheel workshop. Then a grain mill and a soil recovery station. Theo looked disappointed. No weapons? Bricks are weapons when they become walls. Mills are weapons when enemies control food. Clean water is a weapon against disease. Roads are weapons against isolation. He considered that. Can we also make armor from the wolf hide? Yes, his smile returned. Outside, the new council rang the village bell. Not as an alarm, as a call to work. The system displayed the next major mission. Importation mission. Prepare for the northern caravan. Objectives. Build 3 territory facilities. Increase Fudisika. Agentify caravan cargo. Capture or convert 1 hostile reader network. Claim 2nd territory. Reward. Empire class advancement. I looked north. 4 days away, the Ashencoil caravan moved toward us carrying unknown cargo. Perhaps soldiers. Perhaps corrupted seed. Perhaps another key fragment. Whatever it contained, it had already entered my resource map. Which meant it had already made its first mistake. It was coming into my territory. The first day of empire building began with an argument over mud. Corvin wanted the new kiln built near his forge, where tools and workers were already available. Joran wanted it beside the southern fields, where carts could deliver clay without tearing up the village road. Hessa argued that both locations were too close to homes and would fill the air with smoke. By sunrise, half the council had chosen sides. I stood over a rough map drawn across the butcher's shop's largest table. None of those sites work. Corvin folded his thick arms. You have been a brickmaker for how long? Since this morning. Hessa laughed. Corvin did not. I pointed toward the riverbank east of Oren's ruined manor. The ground is stable. The wind carries smoke away from the cottages. Clay can arrive by drainage carts, and the river provides water. The old manor road can transport finished bricks. Joran frowned. That bank floods. Once every 3 or 4 years. Then we raise the foundation. With what? Broken stone from Oren's manor. The room became quiet. Every destroyed structure contained the material for its replacement. The manor walls had been built from expensive cut stone. Much had cracked in the fire but remained suitable for foundations, roads, drainage channels, and retaining walls. The system displayed the resource flow, ringed Bali Manor. Recoverable stone. Moderate. Iron fittings. Moderate. Glass low, high, hidden basement chambers, 2. The manor was not a loss. It was a quarry placed exactly where we needed one. Corvin leaned over the map. If the foundation is high enough, the kiln survives ordinary floods. An a raised road connects it to the workshops, I said. Joran traced the proposed route with one finger. The road will cross grazing land, only the eastern edge. That land belongs to the Marrow family. Then we do not take it. Corvin looked impatient. A road benefits everyone. Benefit does not erase ownership. I turned to Theo. Offer compensation or in exchange for equal land near the northern pasture. He nodded and left. Corvin watched him go. We lose half a day asking permission. We save years of resentment, he grunted. That was not agreement, but it was enough. The council approved the riverbank site. Then the real work began. Domain appraisal transformed the territory into layers of information. Soil composition, stored tools, available labor, food reserves, livestock health, buildings requiring repair, families with specialized knowledge. Blackstone had more skill than Orin had ever allowed people to use. A quiet widow knew how to make waterproof clay tiles because her parents had been potters. Two elderly brothers had once maintained a watermill in another province. A shepherd who could barely read understood animal breeding better than any merchant. Three former miners knew how to brace tunnels. Hessa's youngest cook had apprenticed under a herbalist before debt forced her into tavern work. Orin had reduced all of them to borrowers, laborers, and customers. I saw production chains. The first kiln required stone, clay, fuel, molds, transport, water, and workers. The riverbank clay was good but not perfect. It contained too much organic material for strong construction bricks. The system suggested mixing it with crushed fired pottery and fine sand. Blackstone had little clean sand. It had plenty of broken ceramic dishes. I issued the first public resource notice. Broken pottery purchased by wet. Payment of variable in copper or soap credit. By midday, children were arriving with baskets of cracked bowls, shattered roof tiles, and useless jars. Theo organized them into sorting lines. Whole fragments went to building repair. Decorative pieces were saved for mosaic floors. Everything else was crushed into temper for brick clay. Nothing was merely broken. The waterwheel workshop presented a different challenge. The river had enough flow, but the best construction point lay beneath a collapsed wooden bridge that had not been repaired for 6 years. Orin had charged tolls on the northern stone bridge while allowing the eastern crossing to rot. That forced every grain wagon through his checkpoint. Rebuilding the eastern bridge would weaken the old toll route and create direct access between farms and workshops. The council approved it immediately. Then they discovered the cost. We do not have enough seasoned timber, Corvin said. We have the manor beams, Theo replied. Half are burned. Charred on the surface, I said, not through the center. The system identified which beams remained structurally sound. We scraped away burned layers, treated the wood with wolf gland oil, and reinforced joints using iron fittings recovered from the granaries. The gland oil hardened the timber and repelled moisture better than ordinary pitch. A monster that had nearly destroyed the village now strengthened its bridge. By evening, the first support frame stood over the river. The villagers gathered to watch. That was both useful and dangerous. Progress created loyalty. Visible progress also created pressure. Every success made people expect the next one faster. I stood on the riverbank reviewing the resource map when the northern black line shifted. The caravan had changed route. Instead of following the trade road directly toward Blackstone, it had moved west toward Pine Hollow. Arrival estimate remained 4 days, but now its path crossed 2 small villages before reaching us. Cassian was somewhere north of that route. I needed to know what the caravan carried. Domain appraisal ended at Blackstone's boundary. The key fragments offered a wider connection, but using them risked attracting the presence beyond the gate. I returned to the butcher shop and opened the moon-silver box. The joined fragments lay inside. They had fused into a curved piece resembling 1/3 of a ring. Black symbols moved across its surface. Theo stood outside the room. You promised Cassian you would keep it sealed. I did not promise. You let him believe you would. That is different. It sounds like something Orin would say. I looked at him. He did not lower his gaze. Good. Mara had asked me not to make him feel useless. That included allowing him to question me. You are right, I said. His anger disappeared so quickly it almost became confusion. I am? I used the difference between words and meaning to avoid responsibility. He stepped into the room. So you will not touch it? I did not say that. His anger returned. But I will not do it alone. That surprised him. I placed the box on the floor and drew a circle around it using salt, copper wire, and bone charcoal. The previous stabilization array had nearly failed because we lacked material and knowledge. Now the blueprint library included improved containment methods. I added iron fang bone at 4 points and placed a treated toxin strip near the lid. If the strip turns silver, close the box immediately. What if you do not respond? Pour vinegar does not work. Break the northern bone. And if that does not work? Run. I will not. Theo, you said I am not useless. That does not mean you remain beside something that can consume your mind. It consumed yours, and you came back. I may not always. The truth silenced him. I crouched in front of him. Courage is not refusing to retreat. Courage is protecting the purpose of the mission. If I fail, your purpose becomes warning the council and sealing the territory. His jaw tightened. I hate that purpose. So do I. He nodded once I touched the fragment. The butcher shop disappeared. This time I did not fall into the black storm. I stood above a map of the northern region. Black lines stretched across fields and forests, carrying faint pulses toward the gate. Each line represented a resource network. Corrupted seed, monster part. Iron, blood contracts people. The ashen coil was not merely transporting goods. It was building an extraction system across the borderlands. The caravan glowed as a moving knot of red threads. I focused. Gate network appraisal. Northern caravan. Protection, moderate. Ashen coil regional, cell. Cargo categories, living results. Mineral results. Agricultural contaminant. More detail remained hidden. I followed the strongest thread. A cage appeared. Not 2 or 3. Dozens. Thin, frightened, wearing iron collars. The collars drained faint light from their bodies into metal containers mounted beneath the wagon. Living results. The second vision showed black stone taken from the northern mines. The stone absorbed mana from everything nearby. Mineral results. The third showed another curved key fragment locked inside a white metal chest relicide mysterial. The fourth showed sacks of hunger wheat seed. Agricultural contaminant. I pulled away. The foreign sovereign noticed me. The red moon opened beyond the map. The voice carried more recognition than before. I prefer competitor. The network tightened around my mind. The black lines attempted to trace the connection back to Blackstone. I activated sovereign extraction and cut my own link. The map shattered. I returned to the shop on my hands and knees. Theo poured vinegar across the copper line. Steam exploded upward. The fragment stopped glowing. My nose bled onto the floor. What did you see? He asked. How many? At least 30. Slaves? Resources. He stared at me. That is worse. Yes, the council met within the hour. Cassian was unavailable. Sending a messenger north would take too long. We had 4 days before the caravan reached Blackstone, but Pine Hollow stood in its path. The ashen coil could sell the children, recruit them, sacrifice them, or use their collars to drain mana. Waiting for the caravan to reach our prepared defenses would place every prisoner at risk. Joran wanted to warn Pine Hollow. Corvin wanted to fortify Blackstone. Hessa wanted to send scouts and avoid direct engagement until Cassian returned. The schoolmaster asked the most important question. Why is the caravan coming here? Everyone looked at me. It may not be. I showed them the route. They turned west. Pine Hollow may be the destination. Hessa leaned over the map. Then why does your mission say it is coming into our territory? I had not told them about the mission. The words had escaped through my explanation. I chose not to lie, because I have an ability that tracks resource threats. Corvin rubbed his beard. Magic? Yes. Blackstone knew magical beasts and military brands existed, but ordinary villagers rarely interacted with magic directly. Hessa asked, is that how you knew about the seed? Yes. The contracts? Partly. The wolf? Yes. Joran's expression remained cautious. What does your magic cost? A good pain. Risk. Attention from something beyond the northern gate. No one spoke for several seconds. Then Brenna, the elderly widow, tapped the map. Does it tell you how to save the children? No. Then we still need a plan. That was why she belonged on the council. The truth mattered, but action mattered next. We divided the problem. Blackstone had to continue construction because strong facilities would protect hundreds of people. Pine Hollow had to be warned. The caravan had to be observed before an attack. Cassian had to be located. The children's collars had to be understood. I assigned Hessa to coordinate supplies. Corvin continued the kiln and bridge. Joran led agricultural recovery. The council selected 6 hunters familiar with western forest paths. I would travel with them. You are the resource steward, which is why I must identify the caravan cargo directly. You already identified it. I need to know guard patterns, wagon structure, prisoner condition, and extraction equipment. Send hunters. They may not recognize magical traps. Send me. No. His face hardened. You said I said you are not useless. I did not say you are ready to infiltrate 40 armed escorts. Are you? No. That stopped him, I continued. But my body can survive more than yours. My abilities can identify threats, and I hold the key connection. He looked away. Then, teach me while you are gone. Teach you what? Everything you taught the workers. Appraisal notes. Resource sorting. The workshop plans I understood. He did not want reassurance. He wanted responsibility. You managed the butcher's shop production. Soap, candles, leather treatment, old refinement, and wolf material storage. His eyes widened. That is too much. It is supervised by Hessa and Corvin. He realized I had turned his own demand against him. Fine. If anything leaves storage, record it. I know. If the silver sediment changes color, if the purified wolf blood begins vibrating, move everyone outside and break the clay containment line. I raised an eyebrow. He had been listening more carefully than I knew. Good. Before sunset, the scouting group left Blackstone. Lysa had not returned from Cassian's mission, so our best guide was a hunter named Soren Vale. He was Hessa's cousin and Edric's uncle. Unlike Edric, Soren had never joined the Ashen Coil. He had spent 20 years tracking animals through the western forest and spoke only when necessary. Our group included Soren, 3 hunters, 2 former miners, and me. We traveled without horses. Mounted scouts moved faster but left clearer tracks. The western forest had changed since Mara's childhood. Trees near Blackstone remained green. Farther north, leaves turned gray around the edges. The soil contained thin metallic fibers. Birdsong faded. Domain appraisal no longer functioned beyond my claimed territory, but absolute appraisal revealed local contamination. Gate drainage effect. Soil mana depletion, 12%. Early estimated time unal agricultural fallacious, 3 years. 3 years sounded distant. It was not. Regional collapse often began slowly enough that everyone delayed action till recovery became impossible. We reached the ridge above Pine Hollow after midnight. The village was smaller than Blackstone and built around an old mining road. No alarm bells rang. No soldiers guarded the entrances, but white marks had been painted beneath several windows. Ashen Coil signals. Soren counted them. Not 7 houses, I said. 7 controlled points. One marked building was the healer's cottage. Oren had named the Pine Hollow healer before collapsing. Another was the wagon station. A third was the grain store. Medicine, transport, food. The same network structure used in Blackstone. Soren watched the road. Do we warn the village elder? Not until we know whether the elder is part of it. One miner whispered, then who do we trust? No one automatically. The answer unsettled them. But trust without verification had nearly destroyed Blackstone. We hid inside an abandoned quarry above the road. At dawn, the caravan arrived. 6 wagon escorts. Exactly as the key vision showed. The front wagons carried armed men beneath merchant canvas. The center wagons held Blackstone. The 5th wagon contained children. The final wagon carried the relic chest and seed sacks. The escorts wore no visible Ashen Coil symbols. To ordinary villagers, they resembled a guarded merchant convoy. Pine Hollow welcomed them. The healer greeted the caravan master personally. The wagon station opened its private yard. Workers closed the outer gates. The children disappeared behind wooden walls before most villagers saw them. Soren's face became cold. My sister's boy worked for destroy them, or he may lead them back to Blackstone. He chose Hessa. Soren looked at me. You trust him? No. Then why release him? I trust what he values. That distinction mattered. People were rarely reliable in every situation. Motives could be. We moved closer through an old mine drainage tunnel. The former miners knew the passages beneath Pine Hollow. Most had collapsed, but one ran beneath the wagon yard. The tunnel smelled of rust and stagnant water. Metallic fibers covered the walls. The system appraised them. Mana draining mycelium. Biological mineral hybrid. Growth unknown contamination. Potential use. Mana insulation. Anti-spell barrier. Potential hazard. Life force extraction. Even contamination had value. But only after control. We reached a cracked ventilation shaft overlooking the wagon yard. The children had been removed from the cage and lined against a wall. There were 37. The youngest looked 6. The oldest perhaps 16. Each wore an iron collar connected by thin chains. A white-masked woman inspected them. Beside her stood Pine Hollow's healer. The healer pressed a glowing stone against each child's chest. Some stones remained dull. Others turned blue or red. The children whose stones glowed were separated. The woman spoke. 8 viable. The healer bowed. Goes east. Defective stock feeds the quarry. One hunter beside me made a sound deep in his throat. I gripped his sleeve before he moved. Charging now would kill the children. The caravan guards controlled the yard. Pine Hollow's local network controlled the exits. We needed leverage. I appraised the collars. Life force extraction collar. Power stone. Control system. Central relay. Emergency removed. Release stored energy into wearer. Safe removal, repairs relay sherm or matched discharge key. The central relay sat beneath the final wagon. A black metal device connected to every collar through invisible mana threads. Destroying it carelessly would kill the prisoners. The relic chest rested directly above it. Efficient design. Anyone attempting to steal the key fragment risked triggering the collars. The children were both cargo and protection. The masked woman opened the relic chest. The third key fragment floated inside. My joined fragments reacted beneath my cloak. Every collar flashed. Several children screamed. The woman turned toward our tunnel wall. She could feel the connection. Someone nearby carries another fragment. The guards drew weapons. I cut the key link immediately, but it was too late. The woman pointed toward the drainage entrance. Search the mines, Soren whispered. We retreat. No. They know we are here. They know a fragment is here. Not how many people. The former miners exchanged worried looks. I examined the tunnel supports, old timber, iron braces, black mycelium, water channels. The wagon yard stood above a partially collapsed extraction chamber. The relay device drew mana through the black stone cargo. All 6 wagons formed one linked system, a resource network. Networks could be redirected. I used sovereign extraction on the mycelium. The ability moved through the tunnel wall. Mana-draining mycelium network detect, Krenkwar. Biological colony. Krenk energy Sanko. Wagon relay leakage. Claim network, I confirmed. Cold spread through my hands. The metallic growth lit blue. The system mapped every branch beneath the yard. The mycelium already touched the relay through black stone dust leaking from the wagons. I could drain its power, but the collars required controlled discharge. Too fast and they might explode. I needed somewhere to store the energy. The sovereign storage space accepted non-living resources. Mana stored inside collars might qualify as energy rather than light. The system offered no guarantee. Soren heard boots entering the tunnel. We have moments. I looked at the miners. Can you collapse the entrance without bringing down this chamber? One pointed toward a support junction. Yes, but it traps us. There is another exit, an old lift shaft. Maybe. Good. He did not look convinced by the word maybe. I turned to the hunters. When the tunnel collapses, make noise near the eastern wall. Let them believe we are escaping that way. What are you doing? Soren asked. Taking the caravan. The guards entered the drainage passage. The miners struck the support joint. Timber cracked. Stone thundered down. Dust filled the tunnel. The first search group shouted and retreated. The hunters fired arrows through the dust toward the eastern wall, then moved deeper into the mine. Above us, bells rang in the yard. The masked woman shouted orders. I placed both palms against the mycelium. Begin controlled extraction. The network reacted. Energy flowed from the relay into the black stone dust, from the dust into the mycelium, and from the mycelium toward me. It felt like holding a frozen river. The sovereign storage space opened. Blue light formed shelves, channels, and empty containers. Raw mana arena detected. With containment, no containment a variable. Create temporary mana reservoir. Purifit bast, core residue. I had none. The purified Ironfang core had gone north with Cassian. But silver sediment from the wolf's blood remained embedded in the leather pouch at my belt. A tiny amount. Perhaps enough, I emptied the pouch onto the mycelium. The silver grains melted into a small sphere. Temporary mana reservoir created. Capac. Low. The relay contained far more energy than the sphere could hold. I needed additional storage. The black stone itself could store mana. The caravan carried 4 wagons filled with it. Instead of extracting energy away from the wagons, I redirected it from the collars into the unused stone cargo. The system calculated the flow. Collar network discharge. Black stone lods. Safe transfer window. 3 minutes. Transfer side effect. Black stone saturation. Potential instability after 12 enough. I initiated the transfer. Above us, every child's collar dimmed. The black stone wagons began glowing. The masked woman felt it. Relay breach. Guards rushed toward the final wagon. The healer tried to restart the device. The energy transfer continued. The children collapsed as their collars released years of accumulated force, not dead, unconscious. The woman opened the relic chest and reached for the key fragment. My joined fragment pulled violently toward it. I used the connection, not to claim the third key, to lock the chest. Sovereign authority passed through the fragments. The lid slammed shut on her hand, she screamed. The relay lost its final control input. Safe collar discharge complete. 37 living results released from active extraction. The terminology enraged me. They were children. But the system described reality without morality. That meant morality had to come from me. Now, I said. We broke through the tunnel ceiling. The former miners knew where the wooden yard floor had weakened. Their tools struck upward. Boards shattered. Soren emerged first, shooting a guard before the man could turn. The hunters followed. I climbed into chaos. The black stone wagons glowed like furnaces. Guards surrounded the relic carriage. The children lay beside the wall. Pine Hollow workers fled through open gates. The healer held a knife against the oldest prisoner's throat. Stop, I stopped. The girl in his grip was perhaps 16, with short dark hair and a broken lip. Her collar had gone black, no longer active. The healer did not know that. He pressed the blade harder. Release the relay, it is already empty. His eyes flicked toward the final wagon. Lie, I appraised him. Name, Darius Fenn. Loyalty, Felsom Preservation. Ashen Force collaborator turned willing puppeteer. Comrie fear, public exposure. Low, hidden conviction, trembling right hand. The blade shook. I spoke to the girl. When he moves, drop, she stared at me. The healer tightened his grip. Do not speak to her. You are not important enough to negotiate with. His face twisted. That was the reaction I wanted. You think I am afraid of you? Yes. He stepped forward. The girl dropped. His trembling hand missed her throat. Soren's arrow struck his shoulder. He fell screaming. I ran toward the children. The masked woman tore her trapped hand from the relic chest, leaving 2 fingers behind. She raised her remaining hand. The saturated black stone answered. All 4 wagons began vibrating. The system warned me. Black stone instability accelerated. Monocrossed in 10 minutes. Mass life force drainage within 500 pace. She smiled through pain. You saved the stock only to feed them all at once. The village bell rang. Pine Hollow's residents stood within the danger radius. So did we. I had redirected the energy successfully. Now I had created a larger bomb. The masked woman moved toward the western gate. She intended to leave us with it. I threw the wolf fang. It struck her thigh. She fell but continued crawling. Soren aimed another arrow. Alive, I said. She is activating the stones. She knows how to stop them. Soren shot through her other leg. She stopped crawling. The hunters secured the yard. But the black wagons glowed brighter. 9 minutes I opened the blueprint library. No direct solution. The system offered resource paths. Disperse mana into earth. Discharge into water. Convert mana into heat. Use relic fragment as control focus. Every option carried risk. The nearest river lay too far. The mine tunnels extended beneath the village. Discharging into earth might contaminate every well. Heat conversion would burn Pine Hollow. The key fragment could control the network, but claiming it while the black stone overloaded might connect me more deeply to the gate. The masked woman laughed from the ground. You cannot save them. I knelt beside her. Discharge sequence. She spat blood near my boot. I placed 2 fingers against her wounded hand. Sovereign extraction activated. Not on her life. On information bound to the Ashen Coil contract. The system identified a magical oath woven around her memory. Information possible. Risk to trek it. Cognitive, fam. I hesitated. Using the ability this way crossed a line. She had enslaved children and prepared to drain an entire village. That did not automatically make every method acceptable. But 9 minutes remained. I asked once more. Tell me how to discharge the stones, she smiled. Beg. I placed my hand against the white mask. I do not beg for resources that already entered my control. I extracted the sealed information. Her scream became a whisper. Symbols flooded my mind. Relay commands. Emergency venting. Safe houses. The black stone could discharge into a prepared metal lattice. The Pine Hollow mine rails formed such a lattice, but sections had been removed years ago. An incomplete network would concentrate the force and destroy the central shaft. We needed to reconnect it. 8 minutes. I shouted instructions. The miners knew the rail system. They dragged spare iron bars from the wagon station. Hunters broke chains from the empty child cage. Pine Hollow villagers emerged from hiding as soon as they understood the danger. Trust did not exist. Urgency replaced it. We connected the wagon frames to the old mine rails using chains, tools, weapon blades, and iron collars removed from the children. Every piece of enemy equipment became part of the solution. The healer lay nearby, clutching his wounded shoulder. I pointed at him. You know the village tunnels. He looked at the masked woman, then at the growing light. What do you need? The deepest abandoned shaft. Western quarry. Flooded? Partly. Any homes above it? No. Lead them. He hesitated. Soren drew another arrow. The healer moved. 6 minutes. We pushed the black stone wagons onto the rail connection points. The final wagon remained linked to the relic chest. I climbed aboard. The third key fragment floated inside. My fragments pulled toward it. The foreign sovereign waited beyond the connection. I could feel its attention. The moment I opened the chest, it would know where I was. 5 minutes, I placed one hand on the lid. The oldest rescued girl grabbed my sleeve. She had regained consciousness. You will die. Her voice was weak but certain. What is your name, Lena? Lena, take the others into the drainage tunnel. I can help. Can you walk? Yes. Then helping means getting them below stone cover. She looked ready to argue. I understood why Theo found me unbearable. I removed Oren's gold ring and placed it in her hand. Show this to the miners. Tell them you speak with my authority. She stared at the ring. I do not know you, then do not trust me. Judge the instruction. She looked toward the vibrating wagons. Then she gathered the younger children. Good. 4 minutes. I opened the relic chest. The third fragment rose. The red moon appeared above the wagon yard. Everyone saw it this time. Pine Hollow villagers screamed. The foreign voice entered the air. Return what was taken. I gripped the fragment. Take your complaint to the council. The gate network struck. Black energy poured through the key. I redirected it into the mine rails. The system mapped the lattice. Conductive paths to nation. Western shaft. Facier points 3. The former miners repaired the first break using cage chains. Corvin was not here. I missed his ability to make iron obey through insults. The second break lay beneath a collapsed storage shed. Villagers tore up floorboards with bare hands. The third lay inside the central mine office. The door was locked. Soren broke it with an axe. 3 minutes. The black stone wagons lifted from the ground. Mana traveled into the rails. Blue-white light raced through Pine Hollow's streets. Every old iron track glowed. The western quarry erupted in the distance. A column of energy shot into the sky. But the wagons remained unstable. The relic fragment was adding more energy than the lattice released. The foreign sovereign was feeding the overload. It preferred destroying the territory to losing the resource. I activated contract appraisal on the connection itself. Gate link agreement. Portis, Ashen Coil Regional Authority. Foreign Sovereign Obligation. Deliver living mana, land energy. Key fragments. Compensation, power, terratection, privilege after gate opening. The Ashen Coil had sold the borderlands for a promise of future rule. A familiar kind of stupidity. I looked for weaknesses. The contract required delivery by authorized coil agents. The masked woman remained alive but incapacitated. I held the fragment. I was not an authorized agent. The foreign sovereign could attack through the link, but it could not legally accept delivery from me without recognizing my authority. It had already recognized me as a competing claimant. That created a contradiction. I issued a challenge. Enforce the rearding transfer detect. Foreign sovereign is attempting to force delivery outside contracts. The red moon shook. The pressure increased. 2 minutes, I continued. Either recognize this territory as mine and cease forced extraction, or admit your contract with the Ashen Coil has no binding rules. The system processed the challenge. If the foreign sovereign ignored the contract, every coil oath connected to it might collapse. Its network depended on agents believing promised rewards were guaranteed. Power without structure remained fragile. The voice roared, "You are not sovereign here. Then you have no claim against me." The red moon contracted. The flow weakened. 1 minute. The mine lattice carried the remaining mana west. The black stone wagons cracked. I pulled the third fragment free from the chest. The relay shattered. Every wagon dropped. Silence struck the yard. Then the western quarry exploded. A pillar of blue fire rose above the forest. Stone rained across the hills. But Pine Hollow remained standing. The system displayed the result. Hosel Reiner network intercloaked. 37 captives liberated. Black stone shipment neutralized. Third gate key fragment claimed. Ashen Coil contract network damage. Form Sovereign challenge record. Osel territory unlocked. Pine Hollow. I fell from the wagon. Lena caught my shoulder before my head struck the ground. She was too weak to hold me alone, but Soren reached us. The red moon faded. The third fragment fused with the others. Half a ring now rested in my palm. The gate felt closer. So did the thing behind it. But the children were alive. Pine Hollow was alive. And the caravan had become ours, 6 wagons. Blackstone fragments, weapons, medical supplies. Hunger wheat evidence, transport animals, relay components. Records. A captured regional operative. The Ashen Coil had brought an empire's worth of resources directly into our hands. Exactly as I had predicted. The mistake had been coming into my territory. The only problem was that Pine Hollow was not yet mine. The village elder appeared near the wagon yard surrounded by armed locals. He had remained hidden throughout the battle. His robe was clean. His expression was angry rather than grateful. You brought this disaster here, he said. Soren raised his bow. I lifted one hand. The elder pointed at the ruined yard, broken rails, wounded people, and unconscious children. These strangers are not our responsibility. Take them and leave. Pine Hollow's villagers watched in silence. Some looked ashamed, others afraid. The healer began crawling away. Lena stepped in front of the younger children. The elder continued. The caravan paid for passage. You attacked lawful merchants. I looked at the white mark painted beneath the wagon office window. Absolute appraisal activated. Elder Malrek Dane. Local administrative. Partner. Compensation received. Silver. Medicine. Protection from selection. Protection from selection. I understood. The caravan had taken children from villages. Pine Hollow's elder cooperated so his own family would never be chosen. He had traded other people's children for safety. The villagers might not know. I looked toward the crowd. Which families lost children during the last 2 years? No one answered at first. Then a woman near the grain store raised her hand. My niece. Another man spoke. My brother's twins disappeared on the mining road. More voices followed. The elder's face tightened. Bandits. I removed a ledger from the relic wagon. The extracted information had shown me which records mattered. Names filled the pages. Ages. Villages, mana potential, sale destinations. Pine Hollow appeared repeatedly. I read the first local name aloud. The woman near the grain store collapsed. Her niece had not vanished. She had been catalogued. The villagers moved toward the elder. He stepped backward. You do not understand. They would have destroyed us. Perhaps, I said. But you made certain they destroyed someone else first. The council mission appeared. Pine Hollow territory. Crisis. Local authority compromisist. Population. Divide. Claim Pargants a variable. Option 1, military occupation, local revolt support. Option 3, the Reiner Protectorate. Option 4, withdrawal. Claiming Pine Hollow immediately would expand our reach, secure the mine road, and complete the optional Empire mission. It would also make Blackstone responsible for another damaged village before our own kiln had fired a single brick. Expansion could create strength. Expansion could also dilute it. The villagers surrounded Malrek. Some demanded his arrest. Others defended him, insisting he had prevented worse harm. The rescued children watched from the wall. They had no village representatives, no families present, no reason to believe any adult authority would protect them. I chose the path that created obligation without pretending ownership. Pine Hollow is not mine to claim. The system remained open, I continued, but the caravan resources are captured hostile assets. The rescued children remain under Blackstone protection until families are identified or safe homes are established. Malrek shouted, You have no authority here, correct? I pointed toward the villagers. They do. A miner stepped forward. Then the woman whose niece's name appeared in the ledger. Then Soren. They demanded a public review of the village records. Malrek ordered his guards to arrest us. None moved. Authority vanished the moment people stopped obeying. The villagers seized the administrative hall. Malrek and the healer were bound using their own caravan chains. The system updated. Local revolt support selected. Pine Hollow Remens Independent. Crutade. Empire Mission Excel objective not yet complete. That was acceptable. Not every opportunity had to be consumed immediately. The newly formed Pine Hollow Assembly agreed to provide miners, Blackstone knowledge, and access to the Western Road. In exchange, Blackstone would send fertilizer, soap, construction plans, and protection coordination. An alliance, not a possession. By nightfall, we prepared to return south. The liberated children occupied 2 wagons lined with blankets. Some had homes listed in the ledgers. Others had been taken too young to remember. Lena refused to ride. She walked beside the lead wagon carrying Oren's ring. You can keep it, I told her. I do not want a dead merchant's jewelry. It opened a blood vault. That makes it worse. She handed it back. What will happen to us? We identify families first. We create options. What options? Return to a safe village. Remain in Blackstone. Train for work. Study. Join another household voluntarily. Voluntarily, yes. She looked at me as though the word were unfamiliar. What if no one wants us? Then Blackstone will. That answer traveled through the children more quickly than I expected. They began whispering. Lena remained suspicious. Good. Trust earned slowly lasted longer. Soren led the caravan south. We had left Blackstone with 7 people. We returned with 6 wagons, 37 rescued children, captured enemies, Blackstone relic components, records capable of destroying an entire criminal network, and an alliance with Pine Hollow. The Empire mission updated. Agentify caravan cargo, complete. Capture or convert hostile network. Complete. Establish defense force. In progress. Build 3 territory facilities. In progress. In progress. A Mosul second territory. Incomplete. The key fragments pulsed beneath my cloak. Half the ring was complete. Somewhere north, the remaining fragments waited. So did Cassian. And beyond the gate, a foreign sovereign had begun treating me not as prey, but as an enemy. That was progress. Near dawn, Blackstone's new kiln appeared over the ridge. Smoke rose from its chimney. The bridge frame crossed half the river. Workers had raised the first walls of the grain mill. Theo stood at the road entrance wearing a leather apron and holding an inventory board. Behind him, the council waited. His eyes moved across the wagons and children. Then he looked at me. You said you were going to observe the caravan. I observed it carefully. Hessa pushed past him. Her gaze searched the prisoners. Where is Edric? He was not with the caravan. Relief and fear crossed her face together. Theo looked at the wagons again. What did you bring? I climbed down. Workers who need homes. Materials that need processing. Evidence that needs copying. Prisoners who need questioning. Black stone that may explode if stored incorrectly. A damaged relic network. 3 injured horses. 16 barrels of corrupted seed. And half of a gate key that wants to destroy the region. He stared at me. You were gone 2 days. Yes, he sighed like an exhausted old man. Production records are on the table. The wolf blood vibrated once, but we stabilized it. The soap batch increased by 40 bars. Corvin says the kiln fires tonight. The council approved the Western Grain Reserve. Pride moved through me. Not because he had obeyed, because he had managed without me. I handed him the caravan inventory ledger. You are now responsible for intake. His eyes widened. All of it? Under council supervision, he looked toward the children. His expression changed. Where will they sleep? The public storehouse tonight. That is Colvit. He frowned. I waited. He looked toward the unfinished manor workshops. The old guest barracks survived the fire. We can move workshop storage into the cellar, repair the roof with treated timber, and use tavern blankets until proper beds are built. The system flashed. Local leadership. Development of tech. Theo looked at me cautiously. Was that correct? Yes. His shoulders straightened. The children entered Blackstone beneath the new territory markers. Villagers gathered along the road. Some stared at the collars stacked in the final wagon. Others saw the white masks, corrupted seed, and Blackstone. Fear spread. Then Lena climbed down. She held the youngest child's hand. Theo approached them with his inventory board still under one arm. My name is Theo, he said. We have food ready. The youngest child asked, do we have to work for it? Theo looked at me. I said nothing. This answer belonged to him. No, he said. Food comes first. Work is discussed after you are safe. The child began crying. Hessa turned away to wipe her face. The system responded. Territory. Residents aided. 37. Termy Burton. High. Long-term human potential. Extreme. The Empire's greatest resources had arrived hungry, frightened, and unable to trust us. That meant they were not resources to exploit. They were people to invest in. The distinction would decide what kind of empire we became. As the sun rose, the first kiln fire ignited beside the river. The water wheel frame turned once in the current. The public grain field showed its first green shoots. 3 facilities were nearly complete. Food security was improving. A defense force could now be equipped using caravan weapons and Iron Fang hide. The mission approached completion. But before I could review the rewards, a military horn sounded from the northern road. Cassian rode into Blackstone alone. His horse was covered in foam. Blood soaked one side of his coat. He nearly fell from the saddle. I reached him before he struck the ground. The mines, he said. What happened? His wounded hand gripped my apron. The gate is not beneath the northern forest. I felt the fragments react. Cassian looked toward the village wells. It is beneath the entire region. The ground shook. Not violently, just enough to ripple the water in every bucket. Domain appraisal expanded beneath Blackstone. Hidden resources appeared. Claystone, groundwater, iron traces, old tunnels. And far below them all, a vast circular structure buried beneath the village. One section of a gate. Blackstone had not been chosen as the first target because it stood near the northern network. Blackstone was part of the lock. The system filled my vision. Imperientation suspended. Regional gate event escalated. Territy constructure agentfit. Blackstone Village is built above Gate Angkor 1. Pine Hollow is built above Gate Angkor 2. 50 with settlements detect above connected Angkors. Gate opening progress 37%. New Kamimari mission. Claim Nibel or rebuild the regional gate network. Territory consumption. Cassian struggled to remain conscious. They woke something in the mines. What? His eyes closed. Before he collapsed, he whispered one word, army. Far beneath Blackstone, something knocked against the buried gate, once. Twice, then thousands of metallic fists answered from below. Cassian did not wake for 6 hours. By then, Blackstone had stopped pretending the tremors were harmless. Cracks appeared in the kiln foundation. Water from the western well tasted faintly of iron. Every dog in the village faced north and growled at empty ground. The rescued children began complaining of headaches whenever they passed near the old chapel. Their discarded collars vibrated inside sealed crates, even though the relay had been destroyed. Domain appraisal showed black lines spreading beneath the territory like roots. They connected the buried anchor under Blackstone to Pine Hollow, the northern mines, the ruined watchtower, and settlements I had never visited. The gate was not a single doorway. It was an infrastructure network. 52 anchors formed a circular system beneath the region. Each village, mine, road, and field stood above a component designed to gather energy and transfer it toward a central opening. The Ashen Coil had not created it. They had discovered it. Then they had spent years repairing the ancient machine with stolen resources, corrupted crops, enslaved children, monster cores, and blood contracts. The foreign sovereign beyond the Red Moon had not been knocking on a door. It had been rebuilding one from the other side. I stood inside the butcher shop cellar, looking at the first visible part of Blackstone's anchor. A section of floor had collapsed after the latest tremor, revealing a shaft lined with black stone. The stonework was too smooth to be natural and too old to belong to the village. Blue symbols glowed faintly beneath layers of dirt. Theo held a lantern near the opening. How far down? More than 200 paces. That is beneath the wells, and the riverbed, and everything else. Yes. The council waited upstairs. They had accepted magical seeds, monster processing, cursed caravans, and an invisible resource system with remarkable patience. An army beneath their homes might test that patience. Theo lowered the lantern. You are going down. Yes, I am coming. No. He did not argue immediately. That worried me more than anger. He placed the lantern on the floor. Cassian is unconscious. Lysa is still in Pine Hollow. Soren is organizing the road scouts. You need someone who knows your instructions. I need you above ground. For what? To evacuate the village if I fail. His expression hardened. You always give me the task that begins after you die. That is not why. It is exactly why. The accusation landed cleanly. I had made him production manager. Emergency contact. All useful roles. But whenever the greatest danger appeared, I still placed him behind me and called it strategy. Mara's warning returned. Do not make him feel useless because you are afraid to lose him. Theo's anger faltered. I know. No. You know I am cautious. You do not know the rest. I sat beside the cellar wall. The stone beneath us vibrated faintly. In my previous life, I built something valuable. Then someone I trusted poisoned me and took it. Theo stared at me. I had never told him directly. Not in words. I died, I continued. Then I woke here. His face became very still. In Mara's body? Yes. The lantern flame bent between us. For a moment, all I heard was the distant hammering beneath the earth. Theo looked at my hands. Is she gone? No. The answer came before I could decide how to explain. She is part of me. Her memories, her love for you, her fear, her pain. His eyes filled. Did she know? I met what remained of her when I claimed the second key fragment. He lowered his head. What did she say? That she kept you alive until I came. His breathing broke. I did not touch him. He needed the choice. After several moments, he moved closer and pressed his forehead against my shoulder. She thought she was useless, he whispered. She was wrong. So are you. I closed my eyes, he continued. You think protecting me means being the only one allowed to risk anything. That is not what I think. It is what you do. He was right. Again, I hated how often that happened. What do you want? I asked. To be trained. Not only for ledgers and soap, for the dangerous parts. You are 15. Cassan soldiers begin training younger. That does not make it wise. No. But pretending danger will wait until I am older is worse. The gate knocked below us. Dust fell from the ceiling. Theo looked into the shaft. I am not asking to go first. I am asking not to be left behind forever. I considered the risks. Then the resources. Theo knew the shop. He knew my methods. He could recognize my decisions when others could not. He was physically weaker than trained soldiers. But so was I before the Iron Flesh trait. Weakness could be improved. Ignorance was more dangerous. You come as an observer, I said. You obey every retreat order immediately. He nodded. You carry no relics. You remain behind the defense team. Yes. If I say run, I run, he answered too quickly. Theo, I run. This time he meant it. We climbed upstairs. The council chamber had become crowded. Cassian lay on a cot near the fireplace. Hessa treated the wound along his ribs with Iron Fang liver extract and boiled bandages. Lena sat nearby with 6 of the older rescued children. They had refused to remain in the guest barracks after the tremors began. Corvin spread tools across the table. Joran held soils taken from different fields. Brenna had organized evacuation lists by street. Blackstone had changed enough that no one waited for me to solve every problem. They had already begun. That was the strongest defense we possessed. I placed the regional map on the table. Blackstone stands above one anchor. Pine Hollow stands above another. 50 more settlements are connected. Hessa tapped the black lines. What does an anchor do? Collect stabilizes the gate. Transfers resources toward the central structure. Can we destroy ours? Possibly. Corvin grunted. That means no. It means destroying one component of an unknown system may collapse the ground beneath the village. Joran placed the soil samples beside the map. The northern field has gone cold. I touched the dirt. Soil mana flow. Active. Estimated crop, Tammin within 1 day. The gate had begun feeding directly. How much grain do we have, I asked. Theo answered from memory. Public reserve supports the village for 31 days at reduced portions. 44 if we add the recovered caravan stores. Longer if the southern test field survives. Hessa looked toward him. You counted the children? Yes. All 37? Yes. He had already included them as residents. Good. Corvin pointed at the floor. If the anchor drains the fields, food becomes the first problem. Water comes first, Joran said. The western well changed taste. Both, I replied. We disconnect resource lines before they contaminate the territory. The schoolmaster looked uneasy. Silence. Brenna folded her hands. Who, Cassian? If he wakes. Corvin, 2 miners from Pine Hollow, Soren. Hessa opened her mouth. I raised one hand. Theo has chosen the risk knowingly. She looked at him, he nodded. She did not like it, but she accepted it. Lena stood. I am coming. No, her expression became cold. You do not know how the collars connect to the anchor. I can appraise them. You know what they are made from. I know what they feel like. She touched the scar around her neck. The relay did not only drain us, it sent things back. What things? Dreams. Commands. Sometimes memories that were not ours. Every rescued child in the room became quiet. Lena continued. When the gate knocked, we heard words. What words? Prepare the vessels. Cassian woke. His hand closed around Hessa's wrist so suddenly that she nearly dropped the bandage bowl. Do not let them near the anchor. His voice was raw. I moved beside him. What happened in the mines? He tried to sit. Pain stopped him. The ashen coil opened a chamber beneath the northern watchtower. We found rows of stone soldiers. How many? Thousands. The room chilled. Cassian breathed slowly. They were not statues. They were bodies wrapped in metal, empty inside. Waiting vessels, Lena whispered. Cassian looked at her scar. You heard it too? She nodded. He turned back to me. The army is not coming from beyond the gate. Then where? It is already here. The buried soldiers had been prepared long ago. The gate's purpose was not to transport an invading army. It was to send whatever controlled them, a command, a consciousness, a sovereign. The bodies beneath the northern mines were empty resources waiting for ownership. I looked at the key fragments. Half a ring, a control instrument. Perhaps the keys did not only open the gate. Perhaps they determined who commanded what emerged. Cassian forced himself upright. We destroy the anchor. You said the chamber held thousands of vessels. And when they wake, the border army cannot stop them. Destroying Blackstone's anchor may collapse the village. Losing the village is better than losing the kingdom. The council reacted immediately. Joran slammed one hand against the table. Easy to say when it is not your home. Cassian met his anger. I have burned my own outposts with soldiers still inside to stop plague spread. That does not make this easier. No. Cassian's voice remained steady. It means I understand the cost. The room divided. Some villagers preferred destroying the anchor before the army woke. Others refused to sacrifice Blackstone without trying another path. Both positions were rational. Fear did not make either side foolish. I opened the system map. The anchors were connected in a circle. Destroying one would reduce gate stability, but increase pressure on neighboring anchors. Pine Hollow might absorb Blackstone's burden. Or another village. Sacrificing our territory could simply transfer the danger. We do not destroy it yet, I said. Cassian's eyes hardened. You cannot gamble the region on preserving one village. I am not. I showed him the resource flow lines. If Blackstone's anchor collapses, extraction shifts toward Pine Hollow and the next connected settlements. The network remains active. Without understanding the cascade, we do not have time. Then we create time. How? I looked at the half ring. We claim the anchor. Cassian stared at me. No, you wanted military seizure before. Of the fragment. Not an ancient gate structure connected to a foreign mind. Military seizure would still be ownership. Under trained containment, you do not have trained containment. His jaw tightened, I continued. The anchor is currently unclaimed locally. The Ashen Coil uses it through contracts. The foreign sovereign draws through the gate network. If I claim Blackstone's anchor under territory authority, I may redirect or suspend its resource flow. Or give the thing beyond the gate control of your entire domain. Yes. The honesty did not comfort anyone. Lena stepped toward the table. The collars were small anchors. I looked at her. The relay controlled them. But the collars also stored part of us. She pointed toward the regional map. Maybe the village anchor has stored part of everyone living above it. The system reacted to her observation. Core function reassessment. Possible secondary purchase. Population for storage. Vessel compatibility mapping. The gate had not merely drained energy. It had studied people. Every village above an anchor had been catalogued across generations, bodies, bloodlines, mana traits, memories. The empty metal soldiers beneath the mines might not remain empty. They might receive copies of the region's population, an army made from stolen identities. Cassian understood at the same moment. Iron dust remained, I said. Their bodies were extracted. Then their imprints may be in the vessels. Lena touched the collar scar again. And ours, the rescued children, had been selected for strong mana responses. Not only as batteries, as templates. The youngest began crying. Hessa gathered them toward the fireplace. My anger became cold enough to think clearly. The Ashen Coil had treated children as raw material. The foreign sovereign treated entire communities as blueprints. This was not conquest. It was industrialized replacement. I looked at the council. We enter the anchor. We identify the imprint storage. We separate Blackstone's population data from the gate network. Then we suspend extraction. Cassian spoke. And if you cannot, then we destroy it. The room remained tense. Brenna asked, who decides when the attempt has failed? Not me alone. That was the real question. I looked at the council representatives. You do. Cassian frowned. They cannot assess magical collapse. You assess the military threat. Corvin and the miners assess structural risk. Lena reports imprint effects. Theo records resource changes. The council decides whether to order destruction. And you? I claim the anchor. Brenna nodded. Not because she trusted the plan, because authority had been divided. That prevented fear, pride, or ambition from becoming the only deciding force. We prepared for descent. Corvin brought rope, braces, hammers, wedges, copper wire, and treated lanterns. The Pine Hollow miners arrived before noon through the rebuilt Eastern Road. Soren returned with scouts who reported Ashen Coil movement north of the village. Lena insisted on joining. After debate, she received permission as a collar network witness, not a fighter. Theo wore an Iron Fang hide vest Corvin had finished that morning. It hung awkwardly on his narrow frame. He looked proud anyway. Cassian wrapped his ribs and refused to remain above ground. Hessa called him an idiot. He agreed. Before entering the shaft, I activated sovereign storage and packed preserved food, water, medical supplies, spare rope, mineral clay, wolf liver extract, and every containment component we possessed. The council gathered around the opening. Brenna held a heavy iron lever connected to supports beneath the cellar. If she pulled it, the shaft entrance would collapse. A second demolition point had been prepared near the anchor chamber once we reached it. Destroying the structure remained possible. The choice no longer belonged to me alone. We descended. The black stone shaft absorbed lantern light. Our ropes hung into darkness without touching the walls. Symbols brightened as I passed. The half-ring beneath my cloak grew warmer. After 50 paces, we reached the first platform. It contained stone shelves filled with rusted tools. Not ancient relics. Farm implements. Cooking pots. Children's toys. Objects from Blackstone's history. Theo lifted a wooden horse. Mara had owned one like it as a child. The system appraised the shelves. Population print catalysts. Link Personal's memory to Encore network. Sakoparian. Multiple generations. Every object had been stolen quietly from homes, graves, abandoned buildings, or waste piles. The anchor did not require a whole person. Only enough material connected to memory. Cassian examined a military badge. This belonged to the old garrison commander. Dead? 20 years. The badge still held an imprint. The gate had been collecting Blackstone long before Orin joined the Ashen Coil. We continued. The second platform held walls covered in names. Thousands. Births, deaths, marriages. illnesses, occupations. The village registry copied into stone. The schoolmaster's records had not merely supported taxes. They had fed the anchor. Lena approached one section. Her name appeared there. So did the names of the other children, recorded beneath separate villages, then connected through white lines. Selection list, she whispered. Cassian looked sick. The third platform contained bodies, not dead villagers, metal shells shaped like them. Small, large, old. Young hundreds stood inside alcoves, incomplete and faceless. Blackstone's local vessel stock. Theo stopped beside a shell matching his height. Its face had not formed, but the chest carried a faint pulse. His lantern shook. I stepped between him and the shell. Do not touch it. I was not going to. Unisign, territory, Vassell. Compatible imprints, 7s. Assembly progress, 23%. I wanted to destroy it immediately. Cassian caught my wrist. Not yet, he was right. Destroying one might trigger the others. Theo stared at the shell. What happens when it finishes? I do not know, Lena answered. It wakes believing it is you. How do you know? I saw mine in dreams. We moved faster. The shaft ended at a circular chamber larger than Oren's entire manor. Black stone pillars surrounded a central mechanism. The anchor resembled a wheel buried vertically in the earth. Thousands of metal threads connected it to the walls, wells, fields, roads, and homes above. At the center, a missing section matched the half-ring key. The structure had been waiting for the fragments. The foreign sovereign had guided them toward the anchors intentionally, claiming the keys had protected them from the ashen coil. It had also delivered them exactly where the gate needed them. Cassian drew his sword. Do not place it inside. I was not planning to. The ring pulled against my cloak. The anchor recognized it. Every vessel in the upper chambers knocked once. Then again, the sound traveled down the shaft. Thousands of hollow fists. Lena covered her ears. They are saying something. What? Make room. The anchor activated. Black threads rose from the mechanism and moved toward us. Cassian cut one. His sword turned gray. The metal began dissolving into dust. Do not use iron, I shouted. Corvin swore and threw his hammer aside. We switched to wolf-fang tools, treated hide, copper clamps, and stone wedges. The threads moved around the materials, searching for living contact. One brushed Soren's sleeve. His eyes went black. He turned his knife toward the nearest miner. Lena struck his collarbone with a wooden brace. He fell. I used sovereign extraction and pulled the thread from his skin. A memory entered me. Soren tracking deer as a child. Hessa teaching him to steal pies. Edric's father disappearing into the mine. The anchor had begun copying him. I sealed the extracted thread inside Sovereign's storage. The temporary mana reservoir nearly cracked. We cannot remain exposed, Cassian said. Corvin pointed toward stone channels around the chamber. Those rails lead into the central wheel, resource conduits, I said. If we block them, pressure shifts upward. Can we redirect them? The blueprint library offered no direct design. But we had built kilns, mills, drainage systems, and relay networks. This was larger, not fundamentally different. Energy entered through many channels. The central wheel concentrated it. The gate network carried it north. If we created a bypass around the central wheel, Blackstone's resources could circulate locally instead of feeding the gate. A closed territory loop. I mapped the chamber. Water lines from the wells, soil mana from the fields, heat from the kiln. Biological imprint flow from residents, metal energy from tools and structures. The anchor harvested everything. To reclaim it, we needed local storage and redistribution. The grain reserve stored food. The water wheel stored motion. The kiln stored heat and brick. The council stored records and consent. The territory itself already had a new resource system. The anchor was merely attached to the old one. We do not shut it down, I said. Cassian looked at me as though I had lost my mind. We replace its network. Corvin followed my map. With what? With Blackstone. The council structures above were not only political. They were resource nodes, public grain stores, workshops, inventories. The anchor had fed on isolated households because isolated resources were easy to claim. Our cooperative network created stronger ownership. I activated Territory Claim Authority. Blackstone Dome recognized. Anscher located within claimed boundary. Owners shipped. Form Infrastructure Local Reincarnations. Disputed. Claim challenge available. I issued the challenge. The foreign sovereign appeared through the central wheel. Not physically. Its shadow filled the chamber. The red moon opened above us. You delivered the key. I delivered an eviction notice. The pressure nearly forced everyone to the floor. Cassian remained standing through pure hatred. The voice shook the pillars. This ensure predates your blood. This village contains the people whose resources you stole. They were cultivated for use. Lena's face changed. Fear vanished. You put collars on us. The shadow turned toward her. Vessel stock does not speak. She picked up one of the iron collars and threw it into the central wheel. I do. The wheel struck her with a black thread. Theo stepped between them. His iron fang vest absorbed part of the force. Both fell. I seized the thread and cut it with the wolf fang. Anger moved through every part of the domain. Not mine alone. The village above felt the attack. The territory resident harm detected. Public protection. Obligation activated. Reiner console authority recognized. The anchor lights changed from black to blue along one conduit. The foreign sovereign recoiled. It had understood power as individual ownership. Blackstone's shared claim did not fit its structure. I shouted toward the communication rope leading to the surface. Begin public inventory recitation. Theo had helped prepare this possibility. The schoolmaster waited above with the council. Voices traveled down the shaft through copper-speaking tubes. Public grain reserve. 612 sacks. A clean water stores. 84 sealed barrels. Another line. Recovered silver, under witness seal. 2,311 crowns. Another. Brick kiln materials assigned to public works. Eastern bridge assigned to share transport. Southern field assigned to food security. Guest barracks assigned to protected residents. Each declaration linked a resource to transparent local ownership. The anchor's old claims broke one by one. The foreign shadow roared. Words do not create ownership. No, I said. Consent, labor, memory, and responsibility do. Corvin connected copper clamps between the blue conduits. The miners redirected stone channels. Cassian guarded Lena and Theo from reaching threads. Soren regained consciousness and joined the defense. The system displayed the transformation. Encore, reclamation progress. 20%, 35%, 48%. Then the foreign sovereign changed tactics. The vessel chambers opened. Footsteps echoed above. Metal bodies descended the shaft. Dozens, perhaps hundreds. Faceless shells carrying fragments of Blackstone's people. The first entered the chamber shaped like Corvin. It lifted a metal hammer. The real Corvin stared at it. The vessel charged. He stepped aside and drove a stone wedge into its knee. The metal shell collapsed. Cassian used the flat of his ruined sword to redirect another. Soren fired bone-tipped arrows into joint gaps. Lena recognized movement patterns before anyone else. They copy memories, not experience. The vessels moved like the people they imitated, but without adaptation. A shell matching Joran's build repeated the same harvesting motion with a blade. A shell shaped like Hessa tried to grab objects as though defending a tavern counter. A small vessel matching Theo moved toward me. I froze. Its face began forming. Theo's eyes. Theo's empty. The real Theo stood beside Lena. The vessel spoke. Sister, my body reacted before my mind. One step forward. Theo grabbed my arm. That is not me, the vessel repeated. Sister. The voice sounded younger. Like Mara's memory of him. The anchor had found the most effective weapon. Not strength. Attachment. I appraised the shell. Theo Voss. Mara Voss memory link. Anchor observation records. It carried part of Mara's love. Stolen and shaped into bait. I raised the wolf fang. The vessel looked afraid. Perhaps copied fear, perhaps something more. Theo stood beside me. Can you separate the imprint? Sovereign extraction identified the possibility. Remove identity fragment from vessel. Potential resort. Recover stolen memory. Vessel collapse. I touched the shell's forehead. It whispered, do not leave me. Mara had heard those words during a winter fever. Theo had begged her to stay awake. The anchor had taken that moment from them. I extracted it. The vessel collapsed into iron dust. The memory returned to Theo. He gasped. Tears filled his eyes. I remember you had forgotten? I was 5. The anchor stored what people lost. That made it valuable. And monstrous. Thousands of memories, names, skills, and lives had been collected over generations. Destroying the anchor would erase them forever. Claiming it could return them. The mission changed. Objective. Recover Blackstone Memory Archive. The Council's destruction authority remained active above. They waited for our signal. I could order collapse and end the immediate threat, or continue while vessels filled the chamber. Cassian fought beside the central wheel. We cannot hold them. He was right. More shells descended. The reclamation had reached only 61%. I opened sovereign storage. Pushed the disabled vessels toward me. Corvin kicked the first metal shell across the floor. I stored it. Non-living resource accepted. The empty shelves filled with vessel metal. Soren and the miners dismantled joints. Cassian broke legs and arms instead of fighting for kills. Theo and Lena identified copied movement patterns. Every fallen enemy became material removed from the battlefield. The foreign sovereign increased production. The anchor began pulling metal from walls and tools. Corvin's belt buckle dissolved. Lantern frames bent. Cassian's sword collapsed into dust. Even the iron nails in Theo's boots rose toward the wheel. I placed the half-ring inside the moon-silver box. The pull weakened but did not stop. The central key socket remained empty. Without the ring, the anchor could not fully open. Without the ring, I also could not access its control layer. The reclamation stalled, 68%. The foreign shadow laughed. You cannot own what you refuse to become. It wanted me to insert the ring, to become part of the gate. Perhaps every sovereign who controlled this system had done so. Ownership required integration. Integration invited possession. I looked at the council conduit. Shared authority had reclaimed the resource channels. But the final control remained centralized. One key, one ruler, one failure point. That was the system's true weakness. I did not need to become the new central sovereign. I needed to remove the need for one. Corvin, break the key socket. He stared at me. With what? Everything we have. The socket was made from unknown metal. Wolf Fang scratched it but did not cut. Stone shattered, copper melted. Cassian looked at the surrounding pillars. The socket is supported by 6 braces. Structural logic. If the material could not be broken, remove what held it. The miners attacked the base. Corvin redirected blue conduits around the supports. Theo used the resource map to call measurements. Lena watched the vessels and shouted pattern warnings. The chamber became a workshop during battle. We did not defeat the ancient machine with greater magic. We dismantled it. One brace cracked, then another. The wheel tilted. The foreign shadow distorted. The red moon flickered. The key socket tore free from the central mechanism and fell onto the floor. The half-ring fragments screamed inside the box. The system reacted. Central Sovergene control disconnect. Anchor network entering a constrained state. A variable. Restructured territory control. Multiple recognized local affidarities. Public RICR. Emergency defense auth. Memory archive custodian. We had the council, we had records. We needed an oath and a custodian. Not me. If I held both resource authority and memory custody, the structure would still depend on one person. I looked at Theo. He understood immediately. No, you remember the village records. I am 15. You asked for the dangerous parts. This is not training. No, it was responsibility too large for him alone. Then Lena stepped beside him. We do it together. The system processed them. Local Orindi hire. Lena and course servivore. Imprint network sensitivity. Combined custodianship. Possible shard concentrical. Theo looked at Lena. She looked back. Neither trusted the machine. They trusted the need to prevent anyone else from controlling it. Theo nodded. Lena did too. The council voices came through the tube. Brenna spoke for them. Blackstone's emergency defense oath is approved. Public resources will protect residents before profit, office, or external claim. The anchor changed. Blue light flooded the chamber. Theo and Lena placed their hands on opposite sides of the disconnected socket. Memories erupted around them. Thousands of transparent figures filled the air. Past villagers, dead soldiers, lost farmers, butchers. Some complete, others only fragments. Mara appeared among them. She looked at Theo. He stopped breathing. She did not speak. Perhaps she could not. She placed one hand over his, then faded into the archive. The foreign sovereign roared through the collapsing red moon. This territory was prepared for me. I stepped before the wheel, then consider it reclaimed. The council oath activated. The blue conduits connected to every public storehouse, well, workshop, field, and road. The anchor no longer transferred resources north. It circulated them through Blackstone. Soil mana returned to the fields. The wells cleared. Heat from the kiln flowed into underground storage stone. Excess water pressure moved toward irrigation channels. The memory archives sealed beneath shared custody. The remaining vessels stopped. Their bodies collapsed into inert metal. The system filled my vision. Blackstone Anchor. Forum extractionide. Population imprint network seared. Central sovereign control repelist. New territory and structure. Distributed reen anchor. Local benefits. Soil recovery is accelerated. Workshop energy efficiency increased. A variable under dual custody. Gate stability reduced. Reational backlash expanded. The red moon vanished. The foreign sovereign's final words remained. One anchor is not a region. It was right. 51 anchors still fed the gate. Blackstone was free. The surrounding settlements were not. The chamber became silent. Then Cassian collapsed. His wound had reopened during the battle. Hessa would be furious. We carried him upward on a hide stretcher. The shaft looked different during ascent. The shelves of personal objects no longer glowed black. Names on the registry platform shone blue. The vessel alcove stood empty. At the first platform, Theo found the wooden horse again. This time, appraisal identified it differently. Maravos memory catalyst. Owner express cord to family line, he took it. When we emerged into the butcher shop cellar, the village bell rang continuously. Not alarm, victory. The council had felt the anchor change. Water from the western well ran clear. The tremors stopped. Outside, the southern field had grown several inches in hours. The kiln burned with less fuel. The water wheel turned despite weak current. Blackstone's resources had begun circulating through reclaimed infrastructure. Villagers filled the street. They cheered when Theo appeared. Then they saw Lena beside him. They cheered for her too. The rescued children gathered around them. For the first time, Lena smiled. The Empire mission resumed. 3 territory faculties complete. Food is sicker. Defensed. Estabiltished. Hoselai Reenter network convert. Impuritation mission complete. 2nd territory incomplete. Reward granted. Impure class advancement. Rein sovereign class evolved new class. Any impressive living results. The title made me uncomfortable. Not because of ambition, because Empress implied ownership of people. The system clarified. Living results are not property. Class authority depends on voluntary participation, mutual benefit, and territory stability. Coercive extraction reduced class power. Exploitation may cause class collapse. I almost laughed. The class itself contained the safeguard Oren believed impossible. Power that weakened when abused. Not perfect, but better. New abilities appeared. Reiner Pact, Territory Alliance. And core recapturation. Skill inheritance through constant, impure map. The regional network unfolded. Blackstone glowed bright blue. Pine Hollow flickered pale blue because of our alliance. 50 other anchors remained black or red. Several had begun accelerating after Blackstone disconnected. Pressure shifted. Just as the system had warned, the nearest threatened settlement was Dunmere. Its anchor opening progress had doubled. Estimated time before vessel activation. 6 days. Cassian regained consciousness near sunset. Hessa stood over him with crossed arms. You tore every stitch. I was fighting an ant. You still tore every stitch. He saw me beside the cot. Did it work? Blackstone's anchor is reclaimed. And the gate? We reduced regional stability. That sounds bad. It is strategically useful. It sounds bad when you say it too. I showed him the Empire map. He studied Dunmere's red signal. 6 days, possibly less. My unit is scattered. Blackstone has a defense force. You trained farmers for 1 afternoon. They performed better than some officials I have met. That is not a military standard, no. It is a political observation. Cassian pushed himself upright despite Hessa's glare. What do you intend? Form an anchor alliance. With villages that do not know anchors exist, they will learn quickly. Some are controlled by ashen coil cells. Then we remove those cells. Some will refuse your help. Then we offer evidence and preparation. Refusal remains their choice until their anchor threatens neighboring territories. Cassian looked at the map. This becomes already is. With the ashen coil? With every system that treats people as materials without consent. He studied me. That is a broad enemy. Yes. Broad enemies create long wars. Then we build a long empire, not a kingdom built around conquest. A network of territories that controlled their own anchors, shared resources, and denied the foreign sovereign access. Each reclaimed village weakened the gate. Each alliance created another defensive node. Each public record prevented hidden contracts. Each workshop reduced dependency. Each rescued person became a participant rather than stock. The path was clear, difficult, dangerous. Clear. That evening, the council approved the first external expedition. Blackstone would send fertilizer, water filters, brickmakers, miners, scouts, and evidence to Dunmere. Not an army alone, an alternative system. Theo and Lena became the first custodians of the memory archive. They could access records only together. Their first request was to identify the families of the rescued children. The archive found 12. Messages would be sent. The remaining children chose to stay in Blackstone for now. Celine moved into the repaired chapel storehouse and began work at the public kitchen. She and Theo still barely spoke. But when he returned from the anchor chamber, she placed food near him without asking for forgiveness. He ate it without offering any. That was enough for one day. The kiln produced its first full batch of bricks after sunset. Workers stacked them beside the river. Each brick carried a simple mark chosen by the council, an open hand above a grain stalk, not my crest. Blackstones. The recovered vessel metal became tools, armor fittings, bridge supports, and anchor-safe weapons. The black stone from the caravan became insulated storage cells under strict supervision. The hunger wheat origin seed remained sealed in sovereign storage until we could study how to reverse its corruption. The joined gate fragments remained dangerous, but now the reclaimed anchor could contain them without completing the ring. We installed the moon silver box inside a chamber controlled by 3 separate keys, one held by me, one by the council, one by Theo and Lena together. No individual could open it alone, Cassian objected, then admitted it was safer than military custody compromised by unknown officials. Near midnight, I climbed the hill where Oren's manor had once stood. The industrial grounds stretched below. Kiln fire, water wheel, temporary barracks, butcher workshop, public kitchen, council hall, children carrying blankets between repaired buildings, farmers checking the southern test field by lantern. Blackstone was still poor by royal standards, but wealth was not a pile of silver. Wealth was the ability to survive disruption, to transform waste, to preserve knowledge, to protect choice, to replace dependence with capacity. In my previous life, I had created a resource company. It had made me rich. It had also made me vulnerable because every decision, contract, and relationship flowed through a small circle of power. When that circle betrayed me, everything collapsed. This empire would be different. Not because I trusted everyone, because I would build structures that did not require blind trust. Theo joined me on the hill. He carried Mara's wooden horse. Lena found her younger brother's imprint in the archive. Is he alive? No. I waited. She said, remembering is better than wondering sometimes. He looked toward the village. Did Mara really tell you to live better than both of you? Yes. Are you? I am trying, he nodded. So am I. The Empire map appeared. A message pulsed from Pine Hollow. Their temporary assembly had voted to join a formal resource alliance with Blackstone. Not surrender. Alliance. The system updated. Second territory connection established. Pine Hollow Alad Daman. Shard results. Knowledge. Western road access. Blackstone containment. Soil recovery technology. Medical supplice. Expansive. Complete through alliance. Empire network formed. The class advancement settled fully into my body. My iron flesh trait strengthened. My senses expanded through Blackstone's resource flows. I felt the kiln heat, the river pressure, the grain moisture, the hidden clay, the anchor pulse. Not control awareness. The Empire breathed around me. Then the map shifted. Dunmer's anchor turned darker. A message appeared from the regional gate network. Hostile response detected. Ashen Coil forces. Consolidating vessel army activation accelerated. Forum sovereign has appointed a local champion. Identity, territory, scanty capital. Cassian read the message through my expression. What happened? The enemy chose a ruler. Who? I do not know. Below us, a rider entered Blackstone at full speed. He carried the county magistrate's crest. The messenger reached the council hall and shouted for Commander Rook. Cassian and I descended the hill. The rider delivered a sealed proclamation. Cassian broke it open. His face hardened as he read. What does it say? I asked. He handed me the parchment. By order of the county governor, Commander Cassian Rook was accused of treason, theft of royal relics, unauthorized military occupation, and conspiracy with a dangerous witch operating from Blackstone. The dangerous witch was me. The proclamation ordered all villages to surrender Cassian, the gate fragments, the rescued children, the recovered Ashen Coil records, and Blackstone's public silver. Refusal would be treated as rebellion against the crown. The signature belonged to Governor Alaric Vane. Absolute appraisal activated. Affinage. Royal authority. Questionable. Extreme. Hidden magical contract detect. Local champion identity. Confirmed. Governor Alaric Vane. Cassian read my face. The governor? Yes. He looked toward the regional road. The county army may arrive before Dunmer's anchor activates. How many soldiers? Several thousand. The villagers gathered around us. Fear returned, but not the old isolated fear. This fear moved through a network. The council assembled. Pine Hollow sent riders. Workers stopped the kiln and waited for direction. Theo stood beside Lena. Blackstone did not ask whether we should surrender. They asked what resources we had. I looked at the proclamation again. The governor believed royal paper would restore the old hierarchy. He believed calling me a witch would isolate Blackstone. He believed Cassian's arrest would remove military resistance. He believed the rescued children could become stock again. He believed public silver could become private power. Most of all, he believed a village of butchers, farmers, widows, miners, orphans, and debtors would kneel when an army appeared. He had not understood what Oren learned too late. Blackstone was no longer a village waiting to be seized. It was the foundation of a resource-rich empire. I handed the proclamation to Theo. Make copies. Cassian frowned. Why? Every village should read what the governor demands. He expects fear. Then we give them comparison. Between what? His system and ours. I turned toward the council. Prepare the public ledgers. List every recovered contract, stolen child, corrupted seed shipment, and ashen coil payment connected to county officials. Hessa nodded. Send copies with soap, fertilizer, and water filters to every anchor settlement. Corvin laughed. A rebellion package? An offer. Joran understood. Join the alliance, reclaim the anchor, and share resources. Yes. Cassian looked toward the north. And the army? We do not fight several thousand soldiers if we can separate them from the governor. How? Soldiers require food, roads, wages, medicine, orders, and belief. Those are resource chains. The system generated the next mission. Founding Empire War. Survive Canty invasion. Expose the local champion. Reclaim 3 additional anchors. Break the Ashen Coil military supply network. Prevent vessel army activation. Capture Canty capital without mass civilian casualties. Rewernal Sovereign Authority Falsher. Blackstone dissolution. Gate opening. Population harvest. I closed the mission display. Cassian waited. What is the plan? I looked at the kiln, the bridge, the grain stores, the rescued children, the villagers, and the road leading toward an army that believed us weak. We build faster. That is your answer to war? It is my answer to everything. The first Empire banners rose above Blackstone before dawn. An open hand. A no crown, no beast. No image of me. The message was clear. Resources belong to those who sustained them. Authority belonged to those who accepted responsibility. And anyone who entered our territory intending to harvest people would discover that even a butcher girl understood how to dismantle a predator. The county army marched toward us. The anchors woke beneath 50 villages. The Forfan sovereign watched through the red moon. I stood at the center of Blackstone's reclaimed network and felt every resource waiting to be used. My enemies had titles, soldiers, relics, and ancient power. I had clay, blood, bone, grain, roads, records, loyalty, knowledge, and people who had finally learned they were never poor. They had only been prevented from seeing what they possessed. Now they saw it, and together we would turn it into an empire. The county army reached Blackstone in 9 days. Governor Alaric Vane expected to arrive in 4. He had underestimated mud. He had also underestimated what happened when villages stopped maintaining roads for the people marching to occupy them. Bridges lost planks during the night. Supply wagons discovered their axles had been fitted with defective pins. Military grain spoiled inside sealed barrels because moisture entered through holes too small to notice. Guides led detachments toward flooded fields and abandoned quarry paths. No single act looked like rebellion. Together, they reduced an army of several thousand soldiers to a hungry, exhausted column stretched across 30 miles of hostile countryside. Blackstone had not issued orders for most of it. We had sent evidence. That was enough. Every package leaving our workshops contained copies of the county proclamation, ashen coil ledgers, seed contamination instructions, and simple methods for testing forged contracts. We included soap, water filters, fertilizer samples, and construction notes. The governor sent demands. We sent proof and useful goods. Villages compared the two. 3 anchors joined our alliance before the army crossed the Western River. Dunmere was first. Its residents arrested the local ashen coil collector after discovering a chamber beneath the tannery filled with metal vessels, shaped like their children. The settlement reclaimed its anchor using Blackstone miners and Pine Hollow's containment methods. Greyhaven followed after its fishing wells turned black. Its council initially refused our help, fearing accusations of treason. Then the governor's quartermasters seized half their winter stores without payment. The village joined the alliance before sunset. The third was Redfield. It had no council, no military commander, and almost no surviving leadership. Hunger wheat had destroyed 2 harvests. Families were preparing to abandon the land. Joran led the recovery team personally. Within 5 days, they isolated contaminated fields, opened a public grain reserve, and redirected anchor energy into soil restoration channels. Each reclaimed anchor weakened the gate. Each also strengthened the others. The Empire map changed from isolated blue points into a network. Resource Pact allowed allied settlements to share specific benefits without surrendering local authority. Pine Hollow provided mining knowledge. Dunmere provided leather workers and river barges. Greyhaven provided fish, salt, and boat builders. Redfield contributed open land and experienced grain farmers. Blackstone supplied processing methods, governance records, anchor reconstruction plans, and coordinated defense. No village became rich overnight. That was not the point. They became harder to starve. The governor's army depended on long supply chains passing through communities that now understood how those chains worked. By the time Alaric Vane established camp 3 miles south of Blackstone, his soldiers had received half rations for 6 days. Cassian stood beside me on the new eastern wall. The wall had not existed when Orin first came to seize our butcher shop. Now fired brick stretched from the river to the northern hill, reinforced with vessel metal and iron fang hide barriers. It was not high enough to stop a determined siege. It did not need to be. The county army had already begun dismantling itself. Soldiers argued near supply wagons. Officers threatened quartermasters. Camp followers searched the fields for food. Deserters approached our western checkpoint in small groups. We accepted their weapons, recorded their names, and offered meals. They were not imprisoned. They could return home, work under supervision, or remain in a neutral camp beyond the village. The policy confused them. Governor Vane had told his army we sacrificed prisoners to ancient magic. Instead, deserters ate better than loyal troops. Rumors spread quickly. Cassian watched another group surrender. You are feeding the enemy. I am feeding people who stopped being the enemy. They may return to their units. Knowing we kept our word, he looked toward the camp. You think morality is a supply weapon. Everything that changes decisions is a resource. And kindness? Especially kindness. When it is structured well enough, not to become stupidity. Cassian almost smiled. He had recovered enough to fight, though Hessa still inspected his bandages every morning and insulted his judgment with increasing creativity. The county had declared him a traitor. Most of his former soldiers had chosen to remain with him. Not all. Some believed loyalty to the crown required obedience to the governor. Cassian did not call them cowards. He sent each one copies of the evidence and allowed them to leave. Several returned before the siege. The county army raised white negotiation banners at noon. Governor Vane arrived beneath them wearing polished armor and a red cloak. He brought 12 officers, 2 royal clerks, and a masked relic reader. Cassian met him outside the eastern gate. I stood beside the council representatives. Theo and Lena remained inside the anchor control chamber, monitoring gate activity. Governor Vane looked older than I expected. His hair was silver. His posture was perfect. His face carried the calm confidence of a man who had spent decades giving orders that became law before anyone questioned them. His eyes settled on me. So this is the witch. I am a butcher. Several officers laughed. Vane did not. You have unlawfully occupied for property, stolen obstructed taxation, corrupted Commander Rook, raised armed forces, and declared an independent empire. Which? Royal property? The Bale estate, county grain, military equipment, gate fragments, and public silver. I turned toward the royal clerks. Do you have inventories proving those claims? One clerk lowered his gaze. The other opened his mouth, but Vane interrupted. You will answer me. No, the word traveled across the field. His officers shifted. Vane's expression remained calm. You misunderstand your position. You brought hungry soldiers to a fortified resource network while carrying legal accusations unsupported by public records. I pointed toward the camp. I understand your position very well. His gaze moved to Cassian. You were raised by the crown. I serve the crown, Cassian replied, not the ashen coil. The masked relic reader stepped forward. Commander, this woman has contaminated your judgment through a foreign class. Absolute appraisal activated relic reader. Name, Sister Malus. Affiliation, Ashencoil network. Body condition, partially replaced by vessel metal. Function, championess. The governor was the local champion. Malus was the channel connecting him to the foreign sovereign. Vane extended one hand. Surrender the fragments. Release the children. Return the silver. Submit to royal investigation. I will spare the villagers who cooperate. Brenna stepped forward. She was 70 years old and carried no weapon. Which children? Vane looked at her. The displaced minors illegally detained here. Lena's records had identified most of them as victims trafficked through county networks. Do you know their names? Brenna asked. That is irrelevant. No, she said. That is why you should never have had authority over them. Murmurs spread among Vane's officers. He ignored her. The crown does not negotiate with rebels. I held up his proclamation. Then why are you standing beneath the negotiation banner? His calm cracked slightly. I continued. You need the key fragments. You need Blackstone's anchor. You need the rescued children, because their imprints are compatible with the vessel army. You need the public silver because your supply network is collapsing. The masked reader raised both hands. Black symbols appeared around her fingers. Cassian soldiers drew weapons. I did not move. You also need us to attack first, I said. The symbols stopped. The governor had brought royal clerks for a reason. If Blackstone violated the negotiation banner, he could justify total destruction to officers not yet controlled by the Ashen Coil. Vane studied me. You are clever. I am experienced. In what? Watching men confuse authority with ownership. He stepped closer. You believe councils and ledgers will protect you from what is coming. They already protected us from you. His smile returned. Then he looked past the wall toward Blackstone's kiln smoke, water wheel, workshops, and grain towers. You built quickly. We had resources. You had peasants. That is the difference between us. He saw categories of people. I saw capabilities. Vane lowered his voice. The thing beyond the gate cannot be defeated. Then why serve it? Because survival belongs to those who choose the correct side before everyone else understands the war. There it was. Oren's logic at a larger scale. Cruelty disguised as realism. Submission disguised as foresight. Continuity. For whom? For civilization. The capable must preserve order. By copying people into metal soldiers, bodies fail. Memory does not need to. The officers nearest him became uneasy. Perhaps they had not known the full plan. Vane continued because he believed the future justified revelation. The gate offers preservation beyond disease, famine, age, and war. Every citizen can be recorded. Every valuable skill retained. Every obedient mind given a stronger vessel obedient. The alternative is chaos. Brenna looked toward the officers. He intends to replace you. Vane's jaw tightened. The masked reader released her spell. Not at us, at the royal clerks. Black threads struck their chests. Their eyes went dark. They drew hidden knives and attacked the officers beside them. The negotiation field erupted. Cassian tackled the nearest clerk. Joran pulled Brenna behind an Iron Fang shield. Vane's officers turned against one another as black threads passed through their armor. The governor had not come to negotiate. He had come to activate every compromised person near Blackstone's anchor. Inside the village, the alarm bell rang. Theo's voice came through the copper-speaking tube mounted beside the gate. Anchor, intrusion. The foreign sovereign had begun its attack. Vane raised the command token embedded in his breastplate. The ground beneath the county camp split open. Metal vessels climbed from buried chambers, hundreds. The gate network had hidden them beneath roads, military depots, and old forts. Soldiers screamed as faceless copies emerged among their tents. Some vessels immediately took the appearance of nearby troops. Confusion spread faster than battle orders. Cassian shouted to his men, "Remove helmets. Speak unit oaths." Real soldiers began identifying themselves through shared memories the vessels could not reproduce correctly. Blackstone's defense force used colored cloth strips tied beneath sleeves. Simple verification. Prepared in advance. The vessels copied faces. They could not copy tokens assigned minutes earlier through human agreement. I ran toward the anchor chamber. Vane intercepted me. He moved faster than a normal man. Vessel metal covered his spine beneath the armor. His champion contract poured strength into him. He struck once. My Iron Fang shield split. The impact threw me through the gate opening and into the village road. Vane walked after me. Cassian tried to follow, but the masked reader trapped him inside a circle of black threads. "You claimed stolen authority," Vane said. "Now the true sovereign reclaims it." I stood. My ribs hurt, but iron flesh held. "Tell your sovereign to collect its own debts." Vane attacked again. This time I redirected his arm instead of blocking. His strength carried him past me. I drove a wolf fang blade into the joint beneath his shoulder plate. Black fluid spilled. Not blood. Mana mixed with powdered metal. He did not react to pain. The champion contract suppressed it. I activated contract appraisal. Governor Alaric Vane. Foreman champion contract. Extended life. Vessel transfer. Regional governance after gate igations. Deliver key ring. Activate 5 anchors. Suppress local resistance. Provide 1 million population imprints, 1 million. The network extended beyond our county. Perhaps beyond the kingdom. Vane grabbed my throat and lifted me from the ground. "You cannot offer them what I offer." I forced the words through his grip. "Choice?" He threw me against the wall. Bricks cracked. The first wall Blackstone had built nearly collapsed over me. Workers rushed forward. I raised one hand. "Stay back." Vane wanted them close. The champion contract could draw strength from fear and forced obedience. Every person who submitted to his visible authority fed him. I stood again, blood-filled one boot. He smiled. "You are losing." "No." I looked toward the villagers. "I am measuring." Absolute appraisal mapped the contract flow. His power came through 5 active anchors. County capital, military camp, Dunmere's old line partially severed, a hidden anchor beneath the southern monastery, and Blackstone, where Malus was attempting intrusion. Break the connections, and Vane became mortal. I sent orders through the Empire map. Dunmere sealed its reclaimed anchor. Pine Hollow redirected Blackstone containment toward the military camp line. Greyhaven flooded the river conduit feeding the county capital. Redfield reversed soil energy flow into storage fields. The Alliance responded independently. No single command controlled them. Each settlement chose participation through the resource pact. Vane's strength flickered. His expression changed. You cannot coordinate this many territories. I am not. That was the point. A centralized empire would have failed when its ruler entered battle. Our network continued because every territory understood the objective. The governor struck again, slower. I caught his wrist. For the first time he looked afraid. I twisted. Vessel metal cracked beneath his skin. You built dependence, I said. I drove my shoulder into his chest. I built capacity. He stumbled backward. The wall defenders cheered. Their voluntary confidence strengthened the territory network. The system reacted. Empress class authority increased. Cooperative defense participation detect. My body became lighter. Not because their strength entered me as fuel, because the network reduced the burden I had been carrying alone. Vane drew a black metal sword. The blade opened like a chain of linked teeth. He swung for my neck. Corvin threw a brick. It struck Vane's hand. The sword shifted just enough to miss. Corvin held another brick. First batch, he shouted. Strong enough. Others began throwing clay jars filled with lime dust, vinegar, and powdered charcoal. Not random weapons. Prepared anti-vessel mixtures. The lime exposed black threads. Vinegar disrupted grave mold compounds. Charcoal absorbed leaking mana. Farmers used long grain hooks to pull vessels off balance. Tanners wrapped iron fang hide strips around metal limbs. Children carried messages through protected alleys. Blackstone fought like a workshop. Every person used what they knew. Vane roared and released a wave of force. The brick wall shook. Workers fell. I activated Territory Alliance, share defensive load. The reclaimed anchors responded. Blue light flowed through roads, water channels, trade packs, and public records. Not energy stolen from people. Stored surplus voluntarily assigned for emergency protection. Kiln heat, water wheel motion, Blackstone containment. Soil mana. The wall stabilized. Vane stared at the network spreading beneath our feet. The foreign sovereign spoke through him. You imitate my design. No, I said. I corrected it. Its network extracted, ours exchanged. Its contracts concealed obligations, ours recorded them publicly. Its vessels erased choice. Ours preserved people without owning them. The difference looked small from a distance. Inside the system, it changed everything. Theo's voice came through the speaking tube again. Malus reached the anchor chamber, Lena shouted behind him. She has the council key. Someone above had betrayed us, or been copied. I left Vane to Cassian and the defense line. Cassian had broken free from the relic reader's first trap, but vessel soldiers blocked the road between us. I entered the butcher shop. The cellar shaft glowed red. I descended without rope. Anchor energy slowed my fall and placed me on the first platform. Metal vessels filled the shaft, but they did not attack. Their faces shifted between Blackstone residents, confused. The distributed control prevented the foreign sovereign from assigning them completely. They waited for a recognized authority. Malus intended to restore central control. I reached the anchor chamber. Theo lay near the wall, bleeding from the forehead. Lena stood over him with a broken copper staff. Malus held the council's anchor key. Brenna's representative seal hung from her belt. A faceless vessel lay beside the central wheel wearing Brenna's shape. The real Brenna remained above. The copy had infiltrated the council chamber. Malus placed the council key into one side of the control mechanism. She already possessed a military override taken from the county archive. She needed my key and the custodian's consent. The key fragments inside the moonsilver chamber pulled toward her. Give me your seal, she said. Black threads wrapped around Theo's throat. Lena's hands pressed against the memory archive interface. If she released it, thousands of stolen imprints would become accessible. Malus smiled, one life for a region. Theo looked at me. He could not speak. The old version of me would have surrendered immediately. Save him first, solve consequences later. But Mara's warning had changed both of us. Theo was not a helpless object inside my decisions. I looked into his eyes. He moved 2 fingers against the floor. Our workshop signal. Break northern support. The anchor chamber had supports modeled after the first reclaimed structure. Theo had identified Melis's thread source, not the central wheel, a black conduit behind her. Lena saw the signal too. She shifted her weight. I removed my territory key from my belt. Melis's smile widened wise. I threw it past her. She turned instinctively. Lena struck the northern conduit with the copper staff. Theo pulled the black thread around his own throat toward the breaking point. I activated sovereign extraction. The conduit snapped. Melis screamed as every control thread reversed into her body. Theo rolled free. I caught the territory key before it struck the floor. Lena locked the memory archive. Melis fell beside the wheel. Her skin split along silver seams. She was more vessel than human. Absolute appraisal revealed layers of copied bodies, memories, and contracts. She had transferred herself repeatedly across decades, perhaps centuries. You think death makes you weak, she whispered. No, I approached her. I think refusing to end makes you hungry. She laughed. I preserved knowledge kingdoms would have lost. Whose permission did you ask? Dead people have no use for permission. The living do. Her body began dissolving. She intended to transfer through the anchor. I activated sovereign extraction. Transfer contract. Destination capital Angkor. Secondary destinations, 12 vessels. I seized the contract. Melis's confidence vanished. No, you have changed bodies so often that you consider every vessel yours. The system displayed her accumulated resources. Languages, alchemy, relic engineering. Historical records, military codes, medical techniques. Thousands of stolen memories fused around a single identity. Separating them would be difficult. Destroying her would erase valuable knowledge. Allowing her transfer would preserve the enemy. The choice resembled the anchor itself. I did not need to keep the ruler to preserve the archive. I began extraction. Separate stolen memory resources from controlling identity. The system resisted. Complexity extreme. Trequitarity entangled. Cooperative custody and support required. Theo and Lena placed their hands on the archive. Blue threads connected them to Melis. She screamed as lives tore away from her. A healer's knowledge returned to a dead woman's family line. A mason's techniques entered the public skill archive. A soldier's final memory separated from obedience conditioning. Languages, formulas, maps, and histories became records available under consent rules. Melis shrank, not physically in authority. When the stolen knowledge was removed, what remained was one frightened woman who had spent centuries escaping death by consuming others. I built the coil, she whispered. Then you can watch it end. We sealed her remaining identity inside an inert vessel core. Not destroyed, not free. The council would decide whether she could ever be safely questioned. The system announced the result. Ash, coil founder captured. Stolen knowledge archive recovered. Encore intrusion repelled. Support network severed. Above us, the battle changed. Governor Vane's contract lost its relic interface. His strength collapsed. Cassian disarmed him at the eastern wall. The county officers, still capable of independent thought, ordered their soldiers to cease fighting. Some vessel units continued. Theo and Lena entered the distributed control interface. The empty shells waited for commands. The foreign sovereign tried to seize them directly. We gave them none. Instead, we released every stolen imprint still trapped inside. Across the battlefield, vessels stopped. Some collapsed. Some spoke names. Some looked at soldiers who recognized dead friends, parents, or children. The scene became more painful than battle. A captain found the copied memory of his brother inside a faceless metal body. A farmer recognized his missing daughter's voice. Cassian's former lieutenant, Arden, appeared inside a damaged vessel near the county banner. Only fragments remained. He looked at Cassian, he said. We held. Cassian lowered his sword. I know, Arden smiled. Then the imprint released into the archive, leaving an empty shell. The county army watched. Governor Vane had promised continuity. What they saw was theft wearing familiar faces. His authority ended. Officers arrested him under military law. The royal clerks who survived produced sealed correspondence connecting him to Ashen Coil payments, missing shipments, and forbidden relic projects. Vane demanded trial in the capital. We agreed, publicly. With copied records sent to every allied settlement before he could be moved. No hidden prison, no convenient death. He would face evidence where no single official could erase it. The county camp surrendered by evening. We did not seize every weapon. Soldiers kept personal equipment after signing non-aggression records. Military stores stolen from villages were returned. Legitimate royal supplies remained under joint custody. The wounded received treatment regardless of side. Several officers asked to join Cassian's border command. Others wanted to return home. A few refused all cooperation and were held for investigation. Victory did not erase procedure. That night, the Empire map expanded. The defeat of Vane exposed the Ashen Coil network throughout the county. 9 villages requested anchor assistance. 4 demanded immediate alliance. The county capital erupted in public demonstrations after the ledgers reached merchant guilds, soldiers' families, and displaced farmers. But the foreign sovereign remained. The gate had reached 42% opening before Vane's defeat. Reclaiming 5 anchors reduced it to 31. Not enough. The central gate location appeared beneath the county capital. Vane's palace, archive, prison, treasury, and cathedral had been built above the primary mechanism. The entire county administration functioned as a resource collection system: taxes, judgments, military service, property transfers, population registries. Every institution fed the gate. Some were legitimate tools of governance. The Ashen Coil had attached hidden extraction contracts to them over generations. Destroying the central anchor would collapse the capital. Claiming it could make me ruler of the county, the system offered the optional objective: capture scanty capital without mass civilian casualties. Cassian wanted to march immediately. The governor's deputy will destroy records. Copies already exist. They may activate the central vessels. They need key access. He looked toward the joined fragments. Which you hold? Most of them. The half-ring lacked several pieces. Malus's stolen archive showed their locations. One beneath the county cathedral. One held by the royal governor of the eastern province. One already beyond the gate. The ring could not be completed entirely from our side. That meant full opening required cooperation between worlds. The foreign sovereign had its own key segment. To close the gate permanently, we might need to confront it through the connection. First, we needed the capital. We did not attack it. We surrounded it with alternatives. Greyhaven boats stopped delivering controlled salt until the city recognized public inventory rules. Redfield redirected grain shipments towards civilian markets instead of palace warehouses. Dunmere leatherworkers refused military contracts without transparent payment. Pine Hollow miners revealed hidden tunnels beneath the walls. Blackstone sent water filters and food directly to neighborhoods through guild networks. The capital's residents did not experience our arrival as a siege. They experienced the collapse of Vane's private supply control and the appearance of a replacement. The deputy governor declared us terrorists. Then palace grain reserves were discovered behind locked gates, while children in the southern district starved. Crowds opened the warehouses themselves. Cassian entered the city with former county officers under a lawful emergency petition signed by guild leaders, neighborhood councils, and 3 royal judges. I entered through the old sewer tunnels with Theo, Lena, Corvin, Soren, and anchor specialists from 5 villages. The central mechanism lay beneath the cathedral. It was larger than Blackstone's entire anchor chamber. 52 conduits entered a wheel nearly 100 paces tall. At its center floated the 4th fragment. Above it, the red moon had become a permanent wound in the air. The foreign sovereign waited on the other side. Its form was clearer now. A giant body built from gates, chains, armor, and stolen crowns. Behind it stood a dead world, no forests, no rivers, only metal cities and endless rows of vessels. It had consumed every living resource in its own territory. The voice filled the chamber. You built what I built. No. I stood before the central wheel while allied custodians connected their anchor seals. You finished yours. The dead world showed the result of perfect extraction. Nothing wasted. Nothing free. Nothing alive. The sovereign extended one chained hand. Joined the network. Preserved all end hunger. End death. The offer carried real power. Not illusion, it could copy every person, store every skill, replace damaged bodies, distribute resources with absolute efficiency, no corruption, no uncertainty, only one cost: choice. Theo stood beside me. It sounds good when it says it. That is why it is dangerous. The sovereign showed me Blackstone decades in the future. Prosperous, protected, every resident healthy. Mara alive in a new vessel, my old body restored, my former life returned. My parents waiting. The vision struck deeper than any weapon. I saw the hospital room before poison. The city office I had built, people I had lost. Mara stood beside Theo. 2 separate people, both alive. The sovereign spoke. Nothing must be lost. I wanted it. For one moment, I wanted it enough to surrender everything. Then Mara looked at me inside the vision. Her smile never changed because it was not her. It was the gate's reconstruction of what I wanted. A resource assembled for obedience. I raised the wolf fang. Loss is not the same as theft. The vision shattered. The sovereign attacked. Chains crossed the gate. The central anchor pulled energy from every unreclaimed settlement. Our allied anchors responded. Not under my command alone. Councils, custodians, soldiers, farmers, workers, and residents activated their packs voluntarily. The Empire network became a living circle around the central mechanism. We began reconfiguration. The sovereign pulled memories from the capital. Names vanished from registries. People forgot streets, relatives, and skills. Theo and Lena opened the recovered archive, returning imprints through local custodians. Melis's stolen knowledge helped us understand the machinery. We used the enemy's preserved engineering against its creator. Corvin dismantled central braces. Miners redirected conduits. Cassian's forces secured the cathedral without harming civilians. Guild clerks read public inventories aloud. Judges revoked corrupted contracts. Families named the missing. Each act restored local ownership. The gate opening fell, 28%. 23, 19. The sovereign drove its key segment into the gate from the other side. The ring fragments in our chamber pulled together. The fourth piece joined mine. The circle was nearly complete. A final gap remained. The sovereign held the last segment. The gate could not fully open. It also could not fully close while the segments recognized one another. The system offered a final path. Cross-gate Sovri extraction. Trek it from key segment. Intercontested gate space. Survival probability. Return path depends on territory network stability. Cassian read the danger in my face. No, there is no other permanent closure. Reduce the gate and contain it. For how long? We build safeguards. The sovereign spent generations bypassing old safeguards. Theo stood between us. She is not going alone. I looked at him. He held the wooden horse in one hand and the shared custodian seal in the other. Lena joined him. The archive can anchor her identity. Cassian's anger became fear. You are discussing sending her into another world. Not physically, I said. Authority and memory. That distinction did not protect the Watchtower soldiers. No. The council representatives from 6 territories gathered around the central wheel. Brenna spoke through the Alliance conduit from Blackstone. This is not your decision alone. I know the network voted, not on whether I should sacrifice myself, on whether the territories accepted the risk of holding my return path open, even if doing so consumed stored resources and weakened defenses. Every allied anchor agreed, some reluctantly. That mattered. Consent did not require enthusiasm. I placed my hands on the joined key ring. Theo and Lena connected the memory archive. Cassian placed his military brand on the Alliance conduit. Come back, he said. It was not an order. I will try. The gate took me. I entered the dead world. Metal plains stretched beneath the red moon. The foreign sovereign towered above a city of silent vessels. Its key segment rested inside its chest. Around it moved millions of copied identities, not only from our region, from worlds it had consumed before. The sovereign had once been something else, a ruler facing famine, a protector desperate to preserve a dying population. It created vessels to save people, then removed refusal because some rejected transfer. It centralized resources to prevent waste, then removed local ownership because disagreement slowed distribution. It preserved memory, then treated every mind as material. It had not begun as a monster. It had become one through endless emergency authority. I understood the path. That made resisting it easier. You will become me, only if no one can stop me. I showed it Blackstone's council. Theo questioning me, Lena refusing blind trust, Brenna controlling demolition authority, Cassian opposing my decisions, allied villages choosing their own packs, power distributed deliberately. The sovereign attacked my identity. It offered every life I had lost. I offered it something in return. Release death, an end to ownership. I activated sovereign extraction on the key segment inside its chest. The sovereign closed around me. Its memories flooded my mind. Centuries of decisions made under pressure. Every compromise justified by survival. Every freedom removed temporarily. Every temporary control made permanent. Every person preserved but never allowed to change beyond approved design. I found the original contract. A ruler promising to protect all life inside its territory. The promise had become corrupted. Protection transformed into possession. I separated them. Preserve civil of life. Corrupted claim. Own all life. To guarantee preservation. I extracted the corrupted claim. The sovereign screamed. Its metal cities cracked. Vessels across the dead world opened their eyes. Not under control. Individually. Some collapsed. Some cried. Some walked away. The key segment tore free. The sovereign shrank. Beneath the armor stood a tired person whose original body had vanished thousands of years ago. Its face changed constantly. because it no longer remembered which identity had been its own. What remains, it asked. The voice was no longer thunder. Consequences, I said, and choice. The dead world began collapsing without centralized control. But life was not entirely gone. Deep beneath the metal planes, small biological signals remained. Seeds preserved in forgotten vaults, microbes. Water trapped below sealed cities. Resources the sovereign had overlooked because they were too small to matter. An empire could begin from less. I held out the final key segment. Release the gate network. If I do, this world dies. It is already dead under your definition of survival. The vessels around us began forming groups. Some tried to repair structures. Some fought. Some searched archives. Chaos. Real life returning through uncertainty. The former sovereign looked at them. For the first time, it could not command the outcome. It placed the segment in my hand. The ring completed. The gate network appeared between worlds. I did not close every connection. That would isolate surviving minds and resources on the dead side. Instead, I rewrote the structure. No forced extraction, no unauthorized imprint transfer, no central sovereign control. Connections required mutual consent from both territories. The ring broke into 52 small seals, one for each anchor in our region. The foreign world received its own. The gate became a bridge that could not open without agreement. The system announced the final transformation. Regional Gate Network Rebuilt. Exchange? Function? Prosevered. Ivory extraction prohibit. Afforticare. Form and Sovereign contract dissolved. Regional crisis complete. The dead world faded. I woke beneath the county cathedral. Theo and Lena held my hands. Cassian knelt beside me. The central wheel had stopped. Sunlight entered through cracks in the cathedral floor. Above us, the capital bells rang. Not for war. For the end of the gate tremors, the system displayed one final advancement. Founding Empire War complete. Skanky invasion survived. Local champion exposed. Additional Ancors reclaimed. Military supply network broken. Vessel army activation prevented. Kankini capital captured without mass civilian casualties. Regional sovereign authority a variable. SIP central rule? The system paused. Alternative quest? Create a regional alliance charter. The network responded. Regional authority was divided among anchor councils, military defense, public courts, trade assemblies, and memory custodians. Blackstone became the first seat of resource development, not the imperial capital. The county capital retained administration under public oversight. Cassian became commander of the regional defense network after soldiers and settlements confirmed him. Brenna chaired the first alliance council. Theo and Lena established an archive school where recovered knowledge could be studied without surrendering ownership. Hessa managed public kitchens and insulted officials across 6 territories. Corvin built furnaces capable of processing vessel metals safely. Joran restored fields poisoned by hunger wheat. Soren led teams recovering trafficked families. Celine spent years repaying what she had helped steal. She never asked Theo to forget. Eventually, he chose to speak with her again, not as a mother, as a person responsible for becoming better. Malus remained sealed until the regional court developed rules for identity crimes no existing law had imagined. Governor Vane received a public trial. His records, contracts, and victims' testimony were preserved across multiple anchors. No bribed official could erase them. He was stripped of authority and sentenced to rebuild villages damaged by his extraction network under permanent supervision. Some demanded his execution. The councils chose accountability that produced restoration, without pretending punishment alone could repair loss. The rescued children built different lives. Some returned to families. Some remained in Blackstone. Lena became the first elected chief custodian of the regional memory archive. She never wore a crown. Theo became a resource engineer. He grew taller than me and continued questioning my decisions with irritating accuracy. Cassian visited Blackstone often, at first for military reports, later without convincing excuses. He never asked me to become smaller so he could protect me. I never asked him to abandon duty to prove loyalty. That was why it worked. The butcher shop remained standing. I could have replaced it with a palace. Instead, we expanded around it. One room became a training hall. Another became a laboratory. The cellar entrance to the anchor stayed beneath the original cutting table. The faded shop sign remained above the door. People traveled from distant provinces to see where the resource empire began. They expected gold. They found soap racks, bone tools, clay filters, ledgers, and a cracked cleaver mounted on the wall. Years passed. Blackstone became rich. Not because silver filled its vaults, though eventually it did. It became rich because nothing valuable remained invisible. Waste became material. Knowledge became shared infrastructure. Public records weakened corruption. Alliances reduced dependency. People could leave. People could refuse. People could challenge leaders without becoming enemies of the state. The system never stopped offering expansion. More territories, more resources, more authority. I accepted some, rejected others. Every new pact required local consent. Every anchor had multiple keys. Every archive had independent custodians. Every emergency power expired unless publicly renewed. The safeguards frustrated me constantly. That proved they were necessary. One spring morning, I stood outside the butcher shop, while merchants unloaded goods from another world through the rebuilt gate. Seeds adapted to metal soil. Minerals unknown in our mountains. Books written by minds once trapped inside vessels. In exchange, we sent living grain, clean water technology, soil organisms, and governance records. Not charity, not extraction trade. The former foreign sovereign had taken no title. It worked among archivists trying to rebuild its dead world. I did not forgive what it had done. Forgiveness was not required for cooperation under safeguards. Theo joined me carrying 2 bowls of breakfast. You are staring again. I am appraising. You are avoiding council paperwork. That too. He handed me a bowl. Across the street, children chased one another between brick workshops. No collars, no debt collectors. No one calling a frightened butcher girl a pig while waiting to steal her home. I remembered the first morning. Rotten meat, 3 copper coins. 7 days until ruin. Oren had believed wealth came from controlling scarcity. Governor Vane believed survival required controlling people. The foreign sovereign believed preservation justified owning everything. They had all made the same mistake. They saw resources as objects waiting for a master. I learned that the richest resource systems were alive. People created value when they could choose, learn, cooperate, disagree, leave, return, and build something no ruler could design alone. I had been reborn inside a body everyone mocked. That body survived poison, monster mana, battle, and the pressure of another world. It became strong without becoming thin enough to satisfy the villagers who once insulted it. My shape changed as my health improved, but I never allowed their old cruelty to define improvement. Mara's body had never been shameful. Their blindness had. I destroyed my enemies. Some through battle, some through evidence, some by removing the systems that made their power possible, and some by forcing them to live long enough to become useful in repairing what they had damaged. I created an empire rich in grain, minerals, roads, knowledge, memory, technology, and trade. But its greatest wealth was simpler. No one inside it belonged to me. That was why it survived me. Years later, when I stepped down as resource steward, the alliance continued. The kilns burned, the councils argued, the anchors exchanged power. The archive preserved memories without imprisoning identities. New leaders made decisions I disliked. Some failed. Some surpassed me. The empire remained alive because it did not require me to remain at its center. On my final day in office, the council offered me a ceremonial crown made from recovered gate metal. I melted it down. Corvin's daughter used the metal to create 37 farming tools, one for each child brought to Blackstone by the captured caravan. Lena laughed when she heard. Cassian said it was unnecessarily dramatic. Theo said it was exactly dramatic enough. I returned to the butcher shop. The original chopping table still stood near the door. I placed 3 copper coins on it, the first payment that had delayed our destruction. The smallest resources in the empire. The most important. Without them, I might never have gained one day. Without one day, no workshop, no alliance. No reclaimed anchors, no empire. I looked at the coins and smiled. My enemies had believed they had left me nothing. They were wrong. They had left me waste, debt, betrayal, a broken shop, and a body the world underestimated. I had appraised all of it. Then I had turned it into everything.